So where are we? Currently, we are trying to solve the murders that we did not commit. And we got interviewed by Nobby and Vimes. And also, we met Detritus. So now we're just gonna go around and ask people about everything. Therma case is solved. Because Malachite's dead.
Oh, right.
Oh yeah, we need to get into the Archaeologist Guild. So we need to find a hideout for Ilsa and Two Conquerors.
Oh.
That's what we need to do. That's what we're working on. Oh yeah, we also met the wonderful Jesper Horst, our art collector troll. So where could we go? Where could we find a hideout?
Somewhere.
Huh. I was wondering what would happen if I go straight to the palace.
Two of the palace guards, ever vigilant for a potential intruder. Something like that, anyway.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And also, hello everybody, welcome back to Discworld Noir.
Shouldn't you have stopped me by now?
What? What do you mean?
Well, I'm practically into the palace itself, and you haven't even asked who I am.
We can already tell you aren't important.
Not important? I might be a foreign spy.
Accent's too clean for that. I'd say you were born here in Ankh-Morpork.
How can you tell?
Accents. He knows them all.
Ah, hidden talents, eh?
Oh, well.
We're guards. All our talents are hidden.
Huh. Okay.
That makes sense.
So, you're members of the illustrious palace guards, are you?
Illustrious. Do you know what it means to be a palace guard? We're arrow fodder. If anyone with half-decent skills breaks into the palace, you'll be picking our limbs out of the tapestries.
So why do you do it?
It beats being in the city watch.
And the uniforms are much nicer, too. You used to be in the City Watch, didn't you?
You can tell that from my accent.
Would I lie to you?
I don't know, would you?
Probably.
So, you're an expert on accents.
Oh, yeah. I can tell all sorts of things about you.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
From the stress in your voice, I'd say you experienced a major emotional event about 8 years ago. You like to drink, but if you're not careful, you drink to excess. And you like whiskey.
That really is incredible. Anything else?
That's about it.
You didn't say which part of the city I was born in.
No. That's trickier.
You can tell that I drink whiskey from my accent, but you can't tell which part of the city I was born in.
Well, it comes and goes.
You don't know anything about accents, do you?
Of course he doesn't. He just has a good memory.
You were in the bucket a couple of years ago. You were probably too drunk to remember it.
A couple of years ago, I was too drunk to remember anything. So if you don't know anything about accents, how do you know I'm not a threat to the palace?
If you knew what it was we were guarding, you'd understand.
I mean, aren't they guarding the patrician?
Probably not, then.
Is it really that dangerous working for the palace?
Oh, yeah. Our lives could come to a bloody end at any moment.
He's lying, of course. He's always lying. No enemies have ever entered Ankh-Morpork since it was founded.
What about the dwarf attack in the reign of Veltric II? Or the barbarian invasion in the time of Webblethorpe the Unconscious?
Well, of course,
What a name.
technically, we've been invaded quite frequently. But, you know how it is. The guys arrive, they meet a nice local girl, and anyway their leaders suddenly don't want all the big houses burned down because now they own them. And they find sleeping on real beds is a treat after all that time in the saddle. And what with one thing and another, it all ends peacefully.
In other words, you don't have much to do.
Well, there's a lot of standing around to do, but it's not like the golden age of the kings of Ankh.
The Golden Age?
Well, it was a time long enough ago that no one can remember how wretched it was.
Huh. Yes. Hey, Zampak.
Hey, Sandbag.
What is it you're guarding?
Every way into and out of the palace has to be guarded, and we guard one of those.
That's a little vague.
We guard the vital export of post-palatial merchandise.
We guard the trash heap.
That's what I said, wasn't it?
Where is it?
The trash heap? It's around the corner.
But don't steal anything. That's palace garbage. By royal appointment.
Well, by the patrician's appointment.
That's good enough for me.
Oh, all right.
If it's good enough for him, he'll guard it. So they're guarding trash.
That doesn't surprise me, really.
I wonder what's so important in the trash.
Good question.
Do you know a lot about the kings of Ankh?
Oh, sure. The whole history of the monarchy.
How come?
Oh, hanging around palaces. You pick up that kind of thing.
What happened to the kings of Ankh?
Well, the real line came to an end about 2,000 years ago. And after that, we got 17 centuries of a monarchy where the crown was available to anyone with enough soldiers and a strong stomach.
That couldn't have been very stable.
Stable? Ha! Not many lines survived more than 2 or 3 generations. Some of them didn't even make it to the end of the coronation feast.
The shortest reign on record was that of Loyola the Arg at 1.13 seconds.
Can't have been much of a monarch.
That's nothing. For a week, Ankh-Morpork was technically ruled by a wasp. And for several days, by the left foot of the high priest of Io, who dropped the crown on it during the crucial point of the ceremony.
The foot was one of the better rules,
that's right.
apparently. Made good decisions.
The foot made good decision.
Makes sense. I mean, that's not the only thing. I know there's a past patrician. You mentioned the name was a nice one. The Unconscious. I know one of the past patricians is Mad Lord Snapcase. So there's that as well.
How was somebody in rule for 1.13 seconds? Like,
Probably got the crown and was shot immediately.
yeah, but like, or maybe the crown had like daggers hidden in it and they stabbed them in the brain.
Yeah,
Like
could be that.
I mean, or maybe they put the crown upside down, so the pointy ends went into the head, and they were ruling for 1 second because that's how long they were alive.
Here you. Oh,
My liege.
oops.
Do you know anything about the counterweight killings?
Have we heard that a mad assassin is coming after the patrician? Of course.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to ignore the prospect of being carved up by some psychopathic killer.
If he's a good assassin, he wouldn't need to kill any of the guards.
That's not very comforting, is it? I mean, our only hope of survival is that this guy is good enough that we don't stand a chance against him.
Well, what's the worst that could happen?
You mean apart from being hacked into minced beef by a foreign killer?
I suppose he might just kill the patrician and let us live. Then we'd only have to worry about being killed by the Assassin's Guild.
What?
He's got this idea in his head that the patrician has given an advance to the Assassin's Guild so that in the event of his death, all of his bodyguards meet the same fate.
Where did you get that idea from?
This priest down at the Temple of Small Gods, he knows everything that's going on in the city.
Oh. Huh. That explains a bit why he's a liar. He's been listening to Malaclips.
This priest you mentioned. His name wouldn't be Malaclips, would it?
That's the one. Do you know him?
We've met. What do you make of him?
I reckon he's the only one in the city who knows what's really going on.
Which is funny, because I think he's a deranged lunatic whose only pleasure in life is getting gullible fools to listen to him.
So, I'm a gullible fool, am I? Who bought those magic beans off that gypsy the other month?
Hey, You should have tried the casserole we made with them. It was magic.
Oh, it was magic. Magic meat. Okay.
Of course it was.
I mean,
I have the list of previous patricians if you want them.
Gimme.
So the current one is, of course, Havelock Veterinary, who is also known as Dog Botherer because of his last name being close to veterinary.
Mm-hmm.
Before him, it was Mad Lord Snapcase, also known as Psychoneurotic Lord Snapcase. Before him, Homicidal Lord Winder, Deranged Lord Harmony, Laughing Lord Scapula, Giggling Lord Smince, Frenzied Earl Haggarth, Olaf Quimby II, and Hirsch the Lunatic.
Huh.
Great names.
Great names indeed.
Do you know a troll by the name of Jasper Horst?
I don't know him.
Me neither.
Do you know anything about Reagan's murder?
We don't know nothing about any murders, all right?
So you know something about some murders with a double negative.
Can you think of any reason that Mundy might have been hung upside down before he was killed?
We don't know.
All right.
What do you know about the murder of Mount Malachite?
We don't.
They
See
don't
you
know
around.
anything about any murders.
If you say so.
So can I just walk in? No. Well, we could go here.
I have an idea, though. Since you broke out of one of these cells, maybe you can break back in.
That's what I was trying to do. Going back to the palace, going back up there.
The palace walls were useful for keeping intruders out and keeping the roof in place. Looking closely, I could see the other side of the hole in the wall that I'd seen from inside Leonard's cell.
I was thinking of going up there because that would be the best place to hide in with Leonard. Because nobody knows where Leonard is, and I mean, a lot of people think that he doesn't even exist. So what better place to hide than where he is?
The empty barrels at the foot of the palace wall looked like they used to have wine in them.
I have an idea of how you can get up there.
Mm-hmm.
Have a grappling hook.
Yeah, that would do it. Also, I noticed that there's a gargoyle here, but apparently we cannot talk to it. Or it could be a troll just
that's
sitting.
a shame.
Could be a troll just sitting there. Alright, let's try the grappling hook.
The question is, where?
Where? What?
Where to throw the grappling hook?
It always looked much easier in the clickies.
Right there. Apparently.
Oh.
And here we are.
Wow, that was slow.
Mm-hmm.
Hello again, Leonard.
Yes. Hello?
What are you doing?
I'm deeply immersed in a mechanical problem.
Can I help?
It's not likely.
I kept waiting for him to say something else, but he was lost in his work.
Ah,
So I can't even talk to him, huh?
Hello again, Leonard.
Hello?
What are you... Can I...
Yeah, I can't even talk to him. Alright.
oh. Shame.
There was nothing useful to me on the table. Well, nothing useful that wasn't glued down, or that I thought Leonard wouldn't notice missing.
I guess we'll come back later here. I know that we can talk to him, but I guess it's much later. At least now we can go back and forth. Just gotta use the grappling hook every time.
Yeah. Well, that is something.
Hey, the crowbar's back.
A good-looking crowbar. It looked like it had a good heft, too. I figured the golem wouldn't notice that the crowbar had gone missing. Not that I'm saying it didn't need it, just that I'd figured I'd get away with stealing it.
I didn't expect for the crowbar to return.
Just like Samael had told me, there was a box of receipts in the cellar. I rooted carefully through the receipts, and the only recent purchaser was the patrician. It seems he'd bought a number of barrels of fine wine to take to the palace. I guess the golem I'd seen at the cafe was owned by Lord Vetinari.
I mean, that confirms it. That it is Lord Vetinari. Who is currently...
He is the current... Yeah, he is the current from the... I think from the second book at least. Maybe even the first, because we don't get the name in the first book, but at least from the second or third book, if we... The first time we hear of a named patrician, it's the Vetinari, and it's him all the way through. He's great.
Big chalk outline of Malachite.
They'd put a chalk outline where Malachite had fallen. It really drove home how big that troll was.
No, that looks like a really small drawing to me.
I couldn't think of a good reason to erase the chalk outline, other than the giddy thrill of vandalism.
Fair enough. I mean, I get that. Hey, there's another... Oh, it's Gable!
So you know what? No, this is Gargoyle?
I think that's a name I've seen before, at least.
The gargoyle's name was Clark's Gable, and he had witnessed what had happened on the roof with me and Malachite. It was probably the first exciting thing to happen to him in decades.
Clark's Gable. Are you serious?
Yep.
Are you the gargoyle that witnessed the troll's murder? Clark's Gable?
That's right.
I don't suppose you could talk a little more clearly.
Thing is, I have a gutter in my mouth. Have you ever tried to speak with a gutter in your mouth?
Have I ever tried to hick with a what?
A gutter! A gutter in your mouth!
Oh, with a gutter in my mouth.
Yes!
Sorry, I guess I haven't given much thought to the orally challenged.
That's okay. We're none of us perfect.
I heard you saw the murder that took place here the other night.
Sure did.
Mind if I ask you some questions about it?
Be my guest.
Hey, spiteful frog.
It came to staring fixedly at one thing. You couldn't beat a gargoyle.
So you're a gargoyle, then?
What kind of a conversation opening do you call that, eh?
Don't you get bored being stuck in the same place for so long?
You get used to it. Mating is a bit of a pain.
You must be incredibly patient.
Oh, I always have plenty of things to think about.
Such as?
Well, like, is it raining? Or doesn't that cloud look like a really big cloud?
Oh, the fun never stops when you're up on the rooftops.
You said it.
Do we really want to ask about this?
I mean, probably not, but why not?
I mean, option is there, so...
How do gargoyles mate?
Very slowly.
You can move, though.
Course. How do you think I got here in the first place,
Then why don't you?
Look, I don't criticise you for running about like your brain would stop if your body stopped moving. So don't criticise me for my lifestyle, eh?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cause any offense.
That's okay. We're none of us perfect.
Alright.
Can you tell me what you saw the other night?
When the troll was killed, eh?
Has anything else interesting happened recently?
Well, I got a pigeon yesterday. That's a rarity. Mostly they steer clear of the rooftops that are colonised by gargoyles.
Putting that to one side, what did you see the other night?
Well, I can only tell you what I told the watch. I saw you and the big troll come up the ladder, only once you were on the roof, it was hard to make out what was going on because of the shadows. But I saw the troll get savaged repeatedly by some kind of creature, some kind of beast.
A beast?
Yeah, that's the best description I can give you.
It's not much help, but thanks all the same.
What for?
For getting me out of jail.
No problem. Glad I could help. If you could toss the odd pigeon up here next time they're passing, I'd be grateful, yeah.
Is the pigeon for company or for lunch?
Food.
It's definitely food.
Yep.
Is there anything more you can tell me about this bestial attacker?
Nah, nothing springs to mind.
Bestial attacker. The thought plickens.
With the Assassin's Guild...
Yeah, I can't ask everybody about the hiding place.
With the Assassin's Guild looking everywhere for two conquers, I couldn't trust anyone enough to tell them I was looking for somewhere safe to hide him. Do you mind if I come back if I have any more questions?
I'm not going anywhere.
There is a little discrepancy here, though. Which is something that also occurs in the books. In Equal Rights, which is, I think, the third book in the series, it mentions that in the rain you'll never see gargoyles because they take shelter in nearby attics at the first sign of any kind of rain. Because, as they say, it says in the book, just because you're ugly doesn't mean you're stupid.
Huh.
But later in the books, they do have the downspout or the gutter in their mouth so they can spurt out water. Which doesn't make sense, because they would hide from rain.
True.
But I think that's just Pratchett kind of doing a retcon,
Yeah.
and that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a small thing. They do become a larger part of the stories later on, but in the first one, they merely mention that they're there.
I mean, it could be that they just evolved. That they start
That's
to
another point,
tolerate.
yeah.
They start to tolerate rain.
Because they know they get pigeons.
Yep.
I mean, at one point, I think the Watch even employs a gargoyle because they stare fixedly at things, so they're great watchmen.
Come to persecute me some more, Lewton? A man's gotta have a hobby. With the Assassin's...
I cannot even ask Mannequin about the hiding place.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets? Leave me alone, Lewton. This is species harassment. That's all for now. Always a pleasure.
Species harassment, huh?
I mean, sure.
I need your help again, Nobby. Well, okay, I suppose.
Sorry to disturb you on your busy day here.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets? Give me a break, Lewton. I don't know everything.
You're in the wash. You should have heard something.
Kinda, yeah.
I see Sir has returned.
Sir has.
Who would Sir like to see?
Is the Count receiving guests?
No.
I've got a few more questions for you, Count.
Go.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets?
I'm sorry, but I don't get out of the conservatory much.
It was a long shot.
I have a question though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now that we can get back into Leonard's cell, maybe we just go and tell Ilsa and Tukonker about it. I mean, do we really need to ask anybody for permission? Just out of curiosity.
I'm back. How's Two Conkers?
A little better, I think.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets?
I don't think we can help you with that.
I still haven't found anywhere to hide Two Conkers, I'm sorry.
Ah, alright.
You keep looking?
I don't have much choice, do I?
Yeah, we
I
need
do get the
to.
feeling that it's supposed to be the, well, not necessarily Leonard's cell, but at least the palace of some kind.
Yeah, but we just need to ask the right person.
Samael,
Yeah.
Mr. Lewton.
I'm here to ask Samael about the beast attacks. If he knows anything.
Could be.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking
Nope.
the streets?
Sorry, Mr. Lewton, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, if it's like a generic question like that, then the person doesn't know. But when the question changes, then it's a person that will tell us something.
Ah.
It's a
Good
you
to
can
know.
yeah you can easily start to know when you're asking the right people the question when the question is different than the generic like do you know anything about this, and that's like the generic form of a question. But when Lewton asks it in a different way, then you know that you found the right person to ask the question from, and you get more information.
I need your help again, Malaclips.
They'll all need.
Yeah, you know anything about this.
I've heard that something bestial stalks the streets of Ankh-Morpork.
Yeah.
You'll have to be more specific than that. Why, in the sewers alone, there's the albino alligators, the ratkin, and the abominable night soil.
The what
and
now?
then there's some of the citizens.
Forget I asked.
All right.
I do remember something about the night soil, but I can't remember what it is.
And apparently citizens.
Well, that's no surprise.
I have some more questions. Ask them. I've heard that a bestial creature stalks the streets of Ankh-Morpork.
Indeed. Oh, perhaps the apocalypse is already upon us.
The apocalypse?
The end of the world. The triumph of the ice giants. The tea time of the gods. The time when the creatures from the dungeon dimensions will break into the world again. Well, allegedly. The legends are as unreliable on this as they are on most things, hence the name. It's not too late to repent and join the ranks of the faithful.
I'll pass if it's all the same with you.
So that only gave us the opportunity for him to rant about his faith. Ah.
Ah, Mr. Lewton, it is always a pleasure. I trust you have brought something.
I haven't brought you this.
I'm a patient
I
Yeah,
wonder
but
how he got that big.
Do you know anything about some kind of...
come, sir.
Yeah. How he got that big? Probably eating a lot of gravel.
It's just never been discussed in the books how trolls gain weight. Is the thing.
Maybe he ate a lot of his treasures. Like, he is a collector of treasure. Maybe he just keep eating a lot of diamonds, sapphires, and whatnot.
That is a possibility, yeah.
So it doesn't digest well, so he just keeps getting bigger.
Can we talk, or do I have to play?
Business is waking.
Waken.
Weaken.
Do you know anything about?
I'm just.
Business is weaken.
Hello again, Warb.
Lewton.
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 I've heard there's some kind of monster loose on the city. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Apparently Warb does.
Why would you think that?
You've got contacts
Why?
in that scene. I reckon they must know all about the demons and creatures loose in the city.
I mean, of course, a wizard would know.
Oh, I see. No, I don't know anything about that.
Shit. It was a good try.
I mean, that voice is still just like Neil from The Young Ones.
Hello again, Warb.
Lewton.
I don't think
For anyone who knows
he'll...
that show.
I did.
Nice that somebody gets the reference.
Assassin's Guild.
Yeah.
I watched the Young
Alright,
Ones,
guys, I'll just
even though I didn't get the
go and
humor
hang
much.
myself.
Oh, yeah, that's what you did, right? It's been a long time since I watched the Young Ones. But even back in the day, I did get some of the humor, not all of it. But even from a young age, I was into a lot of British crazy humor. Like I watched Benny Hill's show, Young Ones, Monty Python.
Yeah.
Faulty Towers later. And all kinds of other stuff.
It's great.
Mm-hmm. No Malachite, no Rodan. Nothing to do here. I had an idea, but now I've forgotten it. About the hiding place.
Oh. I do. The thing that sold me on the show was in the first episode, where Vivian, the punk rocker of the group, comes crashing through the wall into the dining room and lands on the dining room table.
Mm-hmm. Same here.
Always look much easier.
Mike says something to the effect of, "Back up, hold up. That's a nice angle on the wall. Straight through it. I like your style. Certainly had me fooled. That's one part of the puzzle. Most days you come through the door. Sometimes you even open it." That's the thing that sold me, because that's a great line.
Mm-hmm.
And then the idea that people can't tear down the house if they tear it down from the inside first.
Hello again, Leonard.
Yes. Hello?
What are you doing?
I'm deeply immersed in a mechanical problem.
Can I help?
It's not likely.
I kept waiting.
Can we do anything else?
I remember that you can actually double-click.
Ilsa wanted me to find a safe haven for 2
Safe
pounders.
haven.
That was her price for getting me into the Guild of Archaeologists.
I mean, you can double-click or hold-click to get one of the sentences from the notebook and use that on something.
Ah.
So I think we need to do that with some place, and that's where we can go to the mausoleum then. Because that would be a great hiding place. Let's see if this works. I don't know where I could use this.
Wait, how about... Now that you say that, I got an idea.
Alright.
How about going back to the palace and instead of climbing into the
The hallway led back into the corridors of the mausoleum.
Sorry.
instead of climbing back into the into the cell, that's fine. Try using it on the walls of the palace.
Yeah. Or, since Lord Vetinari has ordered the wine barrels to here, what if we can hide them in the wine barrels and they'll be delivered here?
Could be.
The empty barrels were not much of a hiding place, especially since someone would eventually come and take them away.
It was an idea.
Right under the patrician's nose. It was just crazy enough to work.
That's it.
Ah.
So now he has a hiding place.
Maybe.
Let's go talk to Ilsa and see if this worked.
I've done it. I've found somewhere to hide him.
Aha!
Where?
Where no one would even think about looking. Somewhere that only the patrician and I know exists, I reckon.
The patrician and you? What if the patrician finds two conkers there?
Two conkers should be able to hide without too much difficulty. Besides, I have a feeling that if Lord Vetinari meets two conkers, he'll have a different take on this situation. He doesn't like to see useful people get killed. Besides, I am sure this is the only place in Ankh-Morpork that he'll be safe from Remora. Is it okay to move him?
He should be okay.
To be feeling much better in thankings. Sure he's not still delirious?
Sometimes I wonder.
Let's go. Hello
It's just
again,
broken
Leonard.
English. There he is.
Hello.
Hey,
I'm
look, two
afraid
conkers
I
is
have to go
helping.
Back to the drawing tablet with the
Nice.
string blades radiating from central hub. It was too heavy.
Great name.
The device flew all right, but only in a downward trajectory.
That is looking like some kind of fluttering machinery.
Yes, I call it a flapping wing flying device, but it isn't working yet.
May I take a look?
Be my guest.
Are you to be considering the increasings of the wingtitude?
The span of the wings? I considered it, but the weight is still the problem.
What if you be using bombastic wood for the flame? It hadn't occurred to me that two conkers would have any practical skills. But I guess you didn't carry out complex excavations without learning a thing or two about engineering. I left him to get to know Leonard and hooked up with Ilsa. She had a deal to keep.
Yeah, it wasn't TWO, it was TOO in the subtitles.
With two conkers
Thing or
safely
two.
hidden away, Ilsa kept her word. She took me straight to the guild and signed me in as her personal guest.
Yeah. Finally we're in.
Yeah.
Huh. I wonder who this is. It might be a little reference.
No, I don't think so. Even the music.
Uh-huh. We're Indiana Jones land here.
Da, 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 da.
Laredo
That was a nice.
Laredo
upwardly
Kronk.
nubile tomb evacuator. And the
Tomb
focus of
evacuator.
the fantasies of 1,000 post-pubescent adolescents. I had to admit there was something about her.
Yeah, I wonder what. Makes you wonder who she is a reference to.
No, not really.
I mean, it's
There was
obvious.
something-
Even with the outfit and everything.
I mean, Anakin, is it because two conkers might remind you of the disc's first tourist two-flower? Would that be it? Or is it something else that sounds familiar?
The fireplace was home to a roaring fire, providing light and warmth. There was something distracting about it, but I couldn't work out what.
It's a nice fireplace. That's what's distracting.
Excuse me,
Laredo.
can you help me?
That depends on what you want.
I'm new here. I'm just trying to get a feel for the place.
Are you a member?
Not yet.
What's your name?
Lewton.
Laredo Kronk. Pleased to meet you, I'm sure.
The pleasure is all mine.
Of course it is. So you're a guest, are you?
Is that a bad thing?
Only in so much as 8 out of 10 guests who confessed a preference stole something before disappearing.
I'm not going to steal anything, trust me.
No, I think you're wrong. You are going to steal something, but don't worry about it. Almost everything the Guild of Archaeologists owns is stolen, and frankly, they should expect people to steal from them.
Do you steal from them?
Golly, no! I never steal from any building less than 1,000 years old, and with really exciting puzzles.
Of course. What kind of new information did we get? Oh, Laredo Kronk, right.
Yeah, Two Conquerors was invented for the game, but Two Flower was in the first two books and in one other. So Color of Magic and the Light Fantastic. And then one other. I think it might be The Last Continent, maybe?
I wasn't about
Or
to
one of
ask
the other
Laredo
Rincewind
about
books.
herself. So, what do you do for a living?
I'm a tomb evacuator.
And what does that
What a great name.
It's a lot of fun. It means breaking into ancient buildings within which no man or woman has walked for thousands of years, apart from whoever it is who leaves all those medical kits, of course, and working my way through fiendish traps and puzzles, and eventually stealing some priceless treasure.
And do you sell the treasure?
Goodness, no! I'm far too well-bred for that. I bring it here, and have to watch as they slam it into a vault that nobody will look in.
A vault?
Forget I said that. Suffice it to say, the Guild of Archaeologists has a priceless collection of artifacts, but no one gets to see them.
Isn't that a waste?
Well, nobody said archaeology was rewarding.
Why do you do it then?
For the excitement, silly, and the fame. Everyone has heard of Laredo Kronk.
I hadn't.
Well, most people have. I was on the front cover of Archaeologists Monthly twice last year.
I don't read it.
Those long words can be so tiresome, can't they?
Tomb evacuator.
I mean, sure.
I mean, raider is such a naughty word, but evacuator sounds much better.
Yeah.
So, what does a tomb evacuator do?
Nothing special. I break into places where priceless antiquities have been locked away for centuries, overcome the elaborate and convoluted security systems, defeat my rivals, and make away with the treasure. Typical day's work, really.
So, you must be pretty rich then.
Oh, I've got absolutely pots of money. Anyway, the whole thing with the tombs and so on is just a hobby. And of course, it's great for making friends.
What? Among fiendish tomb-guarding monsters?
No, I kill all those. I meant people are always asking me things like, how do you get to the third ledge in the tomb of Tex-Mex cuisine? What's a walk?
Tex-Mex
Never
cuisine.
heard of it.
People are always asking me for one. I hope it's nothing to do with sex.
My mind just boggled. Sorry. Broken into anywhere interesting, have you?
Well, I knocked over the Grand Temple of Offla several times. Such sillies. Every time they get the Tear of Offla back, I take it. It's getting a bit boring recently. Then there's the Catacombs of Genua and the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali. I don't know, it's all a little routine. I'd like to do something new for a change.
Ever thought about retiring?
I'd love to, but the public seem to want me.
Anu Anu in Al-Khali. So now we got a connection to Mooncalf and the dwarf name who named himself Al-Khali.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You mentioned vaults.
I told you to forget I mentioned that.
I take it all the treasure that people find is kept in vaults under the guild.
I shouldn't discuss that with you since you're only a guest.
Worried I'm going to steal something?
Worried? No. I'm certain you're going to steal something. I just don't care.
Why not?
I'm very philosophical about this sort of thing. It's like I said, everything in the guild is stolen. It seems only fitting that someone else should get to steal it back. Assuming they can overcome the traps, of course.
Also, she mentioned that in the ancient places they leave medikits, but she forgot there's also modern weaponry and, ammo and all that.
Yeah.
Like, how did those get there? That's always fascinating with games like Lara Croft and all that. It's like Tomb Raiders and everything. Like, they're going to ancient places. How there's modern ammunition there?
Nobody's been inside this tomb for 1,000 years. Who lit all the fucking lights?
That's also the other thing, yeah. Who keeps all these lights up in here?
I've heard that a bestial attacker is loose on the city.
Try and imagine how much I care.
Let's see. Easy to imagine.
Not at all.
Do you know a troll by the name of Horst?
Jasper Horst. Yes, I know him. Horst and I go way back. And I don't mean that in a good way.
How do you know Horst?
You could say that he and I are rivals. We have this uncanny habit of turning up in the same place at the same time, looking for the same archaic treasure.
You sound bitter.
Well, I always win, of course. But that doesn't mean I don't resent his interference.
Must keep your life interesting, though.
Perhaps. I could stand a little less excitement in my life, though.
So I think that she's after the sword. I wonder if I could ask her about it.
Oh.
What can you tell me about a golden sword?
Huh. You'll have to be more specific than that. Golden swords aren't that uncommon, you know. I must have evacuated about 30 in my career. And that's not including the golden daggers, golden lances, and golden kebab skewers.
I'm sorry.
The ancients seemed to think that gold was the best material to build everything out of. And I mean everything.
Yeah.
The ziggurats of Tizuma had golden cutlery, golden swimming pools, golden bed sheets, and golden chamber pots.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, not anymore because I stole it all.
Oh.
But for a while it was very impressive.
Golden bed sheets?
Sounds cold.
Sounds hard.
Oh, that's supposed to be good for the lumbar.
With the words Unquam Paratus inscribed on it?
That's the jewel Two Conquers is looking for, isn't it?
Yes.
He seems to think it's here in Ankh-Morpork.
And you don't?
If there was a valuable antiquity protected by an intricate and ancient security system anywhere in Ankh-Morpork, I'm sure I would have already found it.
What do you know
Unless
about
it's
the
here.
counterweight killings?
Sorry, I'm not interested in politics.
It's not really politics when it's killings. Somebody murdering people. I mean, that might be the reason why we want to get into the vault. Could be the jewel that is in there already.
I understand the Varberg crates were brought here.
Really? Whatever gave you that impression?
You've not heard of them?
If the Varberg crates were stored safely in the vaults beneath the guild, behind many intricate and cleverly designed traps and pitfalls, I certainly wouldn't tell you.
I get the impression that you really want me to try and break in.
What's the point in my sitting down and designing a security system if no one is going to try and overcome it?
Aren't you worried I might succeed?
No.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks for your time.
No problem.
It was only a small bookcase, but it might have something interesting on its shelves.
Honestly, you're like a little child. Leave it alone.
I wasn't an expert, but I was pretty sure the hinged book was a switch of some kind.
Don't touch that.
All right. We need to get rid of her. Hey, Spicky.
I'm back.
Apparently so.
Hello, Specky.
Do you know anything about the crate belonging to the von Uberwalds that was on the Milka?
Sorry, I can't help you with that.
Do you know anything about Reagan's murder?
Sorry, I can't help you with that.
What do you know about the murder of Mount Malachite?
Sorry, I can't help you with that.
Can you think of any reason that Mundy might have been hung upside down before he was killed?
Sorry, I can't help you with that.
I mean,
First factor about 7.
she's only good at treasure. She's
Thanks
not
for your
good with
time.
anything else.
No problem.
How do we get rid of her?
I have some ideas.
Give me an idea.
I mean, you wouldn't like it.
Do tell.
Have you tried the crowbar?
Does this mean anything to you?
I'm afraid I wouldn't know anything about that.
Ah. I'm out of ideas.
Does this mean anything to you?
I'd say it was either a Sortian or a Sortese coin. Not especially valuable.
What's the difference?
Between Sortian and Sortese, about 2,000 yards. Sort was a city, the site of the famous Sortian Wars. And Sorta is a village, the site of the famous Sortian Wars tourist trade. Where did you get it?
It's not important.
You stole it, didn't you?
No.
Oh, come on, I can see it in your eyes. Don't worry, I'm proud of you. The disk needs more tomb evacuators. We're really not that common. And there seems to be a never-ending supply of tombs, catacombs, pyramids, ziggurats, burial chambers, wrecks, caves, lost cities, temples, mines, crypts, mazes, barrows, castles, forts, vaults, swamps, chasms, labyrinths, mountains, mausoleums, tunnels, and dungeons to raid.
Tunnels and dungeons?
And trolls and dragons. You'll get the hang of it, I'm sure.
Well, it's a reference to Lara Croft. Laredo Crunk. A tomb evacuator.
Who has thought about retiring, but apparently the public wants her. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
I need your help again, Malaclips. Why was Malachite killed then?
He knew too much.
Are we talking about the same Malachite?
That was short conversation.
It was.
Do you know Laredo Kronk?
Ah, the divine Laredo is one of Errata's divine followers. She leaves chaos and confusion in her wake.
She's a follower of Errata?
Well, she doesn't know she's a follower, but she is all the same.
Faith of Errata is confusing. It works because of Errata.
It is.
I have some more questions.
Ask them, if you must.
Oh, I must.
Definitely.
Do you happen to know Laredo Kronk?
No.
Alright. That's all. Thank you.
Okay.
I wonder if Ilsa is still down here, or maybe she's in the Leonard's place. Yeah, there's nobody here anymore. Up and away!
It always...
I don't see Ilsa here.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Well, we are a little busy at the moment. Can it wait?
How long?
Just a day or so.
No, then it can't wait.
Very well. What did you want to know?
Hey, I can finally talk with Leonard.
What is that thing you're working on?
It's my flapping wing flying device. I had put it to one side, but I had an inspiration and decided to go back to developing it.
What was the inspiration?
It occurred to me that if I modified my turning the wheels with pedals and another wheel machine to turn the spinning blades radiating from central hub, I might be able to produce a flapping wing flying device that could be driven forward by a human operating the pedals with his feet.
Will it work?
If we can to be solving the minor problems,
It might just maybe will be yes.
What?
You guys all got that what Two Conquers said?
What are the problems you're experiencing?
Mainly weight. If it is going to fly, it has to be light. But Two Conquers has suggested using bombastic wood for the frame, which is extremely light for its strength.
Bombastic
I have
wood.
to raid one of my floating designs to get enough of the stuff, but it should work.
If weight is a problem, why does it seat 2 people?
The patrician said he would be most interested in the device if it could be used to fly 2 people.
You don't know why?
Well, he said he was interested in how far you could travel in it.
Come to think of it, I suppose Veterinary might be interested in getting a long way from the city in a hurry one day. Could you fly a long distance in it?
I imagine you'd get very tired. Still, if it were moving over a flat surface, you might get some additional lifting things up force reflected off the ground, which would mean it would be easier. I call this the reflecting some of your lifting things up force off the ground effect.
Quite the
Well,
title.
this is all very interesting, but it isn't helping my case.
Definitely.
much. Do you happen to know Laredo Kronk?
I'm sorry? The name means nothing to me.
Nothing to say, Two Conquers?
Do you know a troll by the name of Jasper Horst?
I'm sorry? The name means nothing to me.
I didn't want to discuss the Golden Sword with just anyone. This was clearly something that was worth keeping quiet about. This jewel that you're looking for, Two Conquers, are you sure it's here in Ankh-Morpork? As shoring as I can to being. Found inscription in hole, in dig, in sorta, leading to city here. And what language was the inscription in? Inscription in Sortian is being. And how well do you speak Sortian? Oh, at leasting as well to be speaking your language.
Uh-huh.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. That's bad. Got it.
Yeah,
So I'm sure his translation is way off.
probably.
Do you know anything about the... I wouldn't to be knowing anything what that was about. Do you know anything
I'm trying
about
to
the
wrap my head around that.
crates that were on the Milka? I wouldn't to be knowing anything what that was about.
At least he's not as confusing as Don Toblerone.
True. But then again, Don Toblerone works at it.
And speaks proper English.
Well,
Somewhat.
I knew full well that asking either Leonard or Two Conquers about any of the murders would be a waste of time.
So glad that he said that out loud.
I wasn't about to I still haven't worked out what this is for.
Uh-huh, that's nice.
To be a coin from Sota, that much is clearing. Had one at dig in Sota, just like that. Are you sure it's a coin? Sureness hard to be. You got that right.
Got what right?
well, that's something, I guess.
Leave them to their work. I doubted they even noticed I was gone.
Probably not, no.
Uh-huh. I mean, even though it's described as a coin, it's still got that square hole in it. So maybe it is used for something else.
Could be.
Did I ask him about this bestial attacks? I think I did.
I think you did, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, China had coins like that, and some other places. I mean, some had even just a hole in it. Not a square. And some places didn't even have coins that were round. They had coins that were like plates and different shapes.
I need your help again, Nobby.
Well, okay, I suppose.
Do you happen to know Laredo Kronk?
Never heard of him.
Ah. Well, she isn't claimed to be famous, but... We used to have 20-kilogram copper plates as money under Swedish rule. Yep. Wow, that was real.
Ah, Mr. Lewton, it is always a pleasure to see you. I trust you have brought something with you that will be to my liking.
I haven't...
Good thing that you broke away.
A woman named Laredo Kronk is in town. It seems to me that you might know her.
Laredo is here in Ankh-Morpork? Really? I thought that we had dealt with her in the temples of Tezuman. She is full of surprises, that one. Would you do me a favor, sir, as one friend to another?
Perhaps. It depends on the favor.
But of course, your prudence continues to speak well of you. I'd like for you to arrange a meeting with Laredo for me.
It seems as if I'd be doing you a favor. It seems as if I should be getting something in return.
Very well. Arrange this meeting for me, and we can discuss the sword in detail. Do we have an agreement?
Works for me. I'll go give her the news. I can't guarantee she'll turn up, though.
Oh, she'll come. We have much to discuss.
I'll be back to continue our conversation.
And hopefully to seal our deal, sir. I look forward to it. I like a man who knows how to use a doorknob.
Well, thanks.
At least now we can get rid of her. We made a deal with the devil. Want to join?
I'm back.
Apparently so.
I've got a message for you from Horst.
Horst is in Ankh-Morpork.
Absolutely. He wants to meet with you to discuss certain matters arising.
Super.
I have to say that it's probably a trap.
Of course it's a trap. That's what makes it interesting. I'll see you later, Lewton.
Best of luck.
You too.
Laredo made her way over to Horst's quarters and didn't look back. I had no idea what the two had to talk about, but I was sure it would lead to a new and exciting adventure, one even more complex and challenging than her last. For the time being, at least, Laredo was out of the way.
Now we can go in here.
I heard a faint click, and the next thing I knew, the fireplace was revolving. I won't bore you with the details of the guild's security system. After all, if you've seen one intricate and fatal collection of pits and traps, you've pretty much seen them all. Suffice to say, it took a lot of trial and error, some scorched eyebrows, and more levers than I could count.
So a typical Tomb Raider level. Got it.
Yeah.
Up on the wall,
Probably some jumping.
One was a sign reading, "Unseen securities, magical alarms, wards, and hexes." I guess a place like this needed the best security around. There was a panel by the oak door with runes on it.
Oh boy.
Isn't that one of the vaults from
Whereas
Fallout?
51?
Yeah. I seem to remember it.
Let's see. 51 would be on the east coast.
How do you know that?
Because East Coast started building the vaults first. No, actually, no. West Coast started building them first. The East Coast was second place. Barely any vaults in the mid area.
Ah.
Some in Chicago, like northern areas.
It's located, it is actually a vault. 51 is a Vault-Tec vault located in the forest region of Appalachia. The vault is the focal point of Nuclear Winter game mode in Fallout 76. So there you are.
Ah.
Which is also a game that I kind of want to try, but at the same time, no.
I'm not interested in it because they ruined the whole freaking mythos of Fallout.
Yeah. I mean, I know Speggy has spoken well of it and would like me to try it. So
Yeah,
I might
same
at some
here.
point.
Yeah, I just don't have any interest in it. I mean, it might be a really fun game to play with friends, but I just don't have any interest in it.
Yeah, that's the same way, I think.
One of the vaults grabbed my attention more than the others, Vault 51. Whereas most of the vaults were open, this one was sealed behind a large oak door with the words Nil Introitus written on it. I once knew a man who had that tattooed on his buttocks.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, it's a good place to
Actually.
put a tattoo.
Of that, especially.
Oh,
This
Well
wasn't turning out to be one of my better days.
oh,
Oh,
turned into a frog, but now he's okay. He got better.
I wasn't about to steal the security notice. I punched away at the runes randomly, but as far as I could tell, nothing happened.
Well, we got the tools of the business.
That had nothing to do with the panel, at least as far as I knew.
Darn. So, how do you get rid of some unseen security? What do you think?
that is a good question.
Think, just for a moment. Because it's unseen security.
Do we get a hold of Warp? Would he be able to help us?
Can we...
But I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to him.
Hello again, Warb.
Lewton!
Although,
Lewton!
I don't know what to ask him.
The jewel wasn't the kind of thing I wanted to discuss with just anyone.
I mean, we didn't get anything new to ask him about. Need a notebook, like a security code or something. I mean, he would have been the best choice. But we don't have
Wouldn't
any... Let's rethink. Maybe there's something in the guild that we need to find so we can get the code. Can't even look at the bookcase anymore. All we can do is just go back in.
The fun thing is, one of the leitmotif there is definitely reminiscent of Indiana Jones, but the rest of it sounds like Air on a G string by Bach.
I mean, it's got that, yeah, the especially the cello is like classical music.
Yeah, it is.
It's got
Exactly.
that.
That's
got
the
that.
one.
Yeah, that's the one. It's got that cello line.
I wasn't about to throw that into the vault.
No, I was thinking you should use that on the lasers.
I wasn't about... I was...
I wasn't. That tune has cello. Yeah, they pluck it. It's the what do you when it starts with? It's a doom, ding, doom, ding, doom, ding, doom, ding. Like that, it sounds almost the same. To me, it's just some sounds. Well, I've listened to a lot of classical music and I've learned about the instruments, so
I punched away at the...
that's how I'm able to tell instruments from each other. Just learning. That's all.
I punched...
There's gotta be something I'm missing. But I don't know what. And the old trick with a diamond tooth or some kind of reflective thing, it didn't work on it. Cannot bash the panel with a crowbar. What can we do?
I don't know.
I don't think the grappling hook will help with that kind of situation. We need to get rid of the whole thing here. We need to turn this off. And that's what the panel is for. But we don't know the code, and we don't have any ways of asking the code. I wonder if a horse has actually
I
more...
guess Horst was busy with Laredo, because when I went to his quarters, there was no one there.
Alright. What are we missing? I got only 6 items. And 2 of the more useful ones didn't even work. Didn't we have a new map location? Nope. All still the same. Have I missed out on an item? Haven't talked about certain topic with someone. Choices are endless. Or what I could have been missing. I'm gonna look up a hint book. Can't think of anything that could help.
We're still in Act 2, right?
Yes.
All right. Let's see. I have some hints. So no need for you to look it up.
All right. It would be for guilds of archaeologists.
Yeah.
Okay, stand back. Enjoy your walk.
Well, the hints so far says, do you read the notice? Did you read the notice on the wall? You've met someone who works for Unseen Securities. Anything with the word unseen in it is connected to Unseen University, the Wizards College, and that's about as far as I've gotten. So it is something to do with that and Warb. But we might be missing something directly from here.
There's a sign reading Unseen Securities, Magical Alarums, Wards, and Hexes. I guess a place like this needed the best security around. There was a panel by the oak door with runes on it. I wasn't about to...
What could I be missing here? I've looked at everything. I've tried everything.
Good question.
And I don't know what to ask Warb about. I mean, it's pointing towards Warb.
Well, it gives straight up hints and says that we go to Saturnalia and talk to Warb,
Can we talk?
the rather limp wizard playing truncheon.
Hello again.
Bennigan gave an
wants-
idea.
I had a feeling that...
No, not the coin. Okay, go ahead. You got something?
He does want something to change his luck.
Yeah. But we don't have a rabbit's
And-
foot or a horseshoe or...
No, but it specifically mentions another character who's dead.
You a regular in here, then?
I guess so.
Regular.
Very lucky.
I thought all wizards were lucky.
Whatever gave you that impression? Do you know how many bizarre and unpleasant ways there are for a wizard to die inside the walls of Unseen
Probably
University
many.
alone? One false invocation as you're summoning a demon, and bang! You're lunch for some pit fiend with more tentacles than legs and fewer arms than heads. Or spend too long in the wrong area of the library and poof,
That
you disappear. All that you leave
is a
behind
direct...
is a statistic.
Don't you like being a wizard? It always seemed like a glamorous profession to me.
There's nothing glamorous about wizardry. Well, except for glamours.
Glamours?
It's an elvish thing.
Well, thank you very much.
But that whole thing about fewer arms and heads, or whatever it is, that's a direct citation of how Bel-Shamharoth is described in the folklore of Discworld. Hang on, I'll go get the book. There's some great stuff in there.
Alright.
If you're so unlucky, why do you come here?
I haven't lived a lucky life, but, well, I don't know. I guess I feel that in here, I at least have a chance.
But the odds are always stacked against you. The house always has the advantage.
Let me tell you something, Lewton. The house always has the advantage. Here, out there, it doesn't make any difference. At least in here, you know who the house is.
That's a pretty stark outlook.
Ever made a decision that affected your whole life? Ever done something that throws everything into question?
No, I don't feel in that much control of my life.
None of us are.
No.
I've just been asking him about the topics to see if he mentions the, what you said about the hints.
Ah.
That he mentions somebody else did.
So you worked up at Unseen University.
I was trained there. Once I got my degree, I moved on.
But you're still a wizard. I thought all you guys were under the jurisdiction of the university.
Yeah, I work for Unseen Securities now.
Unseen securities?
Yeah, we make magical security systems. Very exclusive.
Are they expensive?
Oh, yeah. Hardly anyone can afford our services.
No, Specky, because I won't be around. You'll have to ask that from Goblin. If he is willing to host movie night. I'm going away for the weekend. So Orb does work for the Unseen Securities.
And he does want something to change his luck, and it specifically mentions someone that we already know is dead.
Ever
The
seen a
hints,
dwarf
I mean.
called Reagan around the casino?
Sure. Well, I've never spoken to him, though.
What does he play?
He always... He wins. I wish I had his luck. I'd make much better use of it.
So we need something from Reagan.
Yes.
Alright. I need to go to Reagan's corpse again then. Yep, I'll be back on Sunday. Hey Dale Albermac. Did you find the entry, by the way, in the book?
No, not yet.
Alright.
There was no doubt that it was Reagan, and there was no doubt that he was dead. The poor sap must have suffocated in the Ankh. I searched Reagan's body, but either he'd been bitten by a snake or a very small vampire. I searched it, but I'd already found everything of interest. The remains of a crate was all that was left.
Malachite took the thing that we found here.
Oh yeah.
I don't see anything on Reagan's body here.
How about his arms? No.
No, nothing.
The hints just say that he should have a bracelet.
There was no doubt that it was Reagan. The poor sap.
A bracelet.
Yep.
I don't see nothing.
Well, maybe it wasn't about the things from the dungeon I mentioned. Maybe I was misremembering. Oh, hang on. Wife got home.
Alright. Don't tell Zelda, I'm looking this up myself. No, I'm looking at the same hint, the UHS file that Zelda was looking at. Says the same thing, but it doesn't help us to find the item. So I am going to try to find it myself. Anybody know a way to search for words in a mobile version of a browser? Hang on, I'm still trying to find any information about this. Oh. Oh.
One thing had been bugging me since I'd found Reagan's body. In the iconograph that the Count had given me, Reagan was bald. Here, in the flesh, Reagan had a full head of hair. I had to pull hard on his toupee to get it off. Reagan must have glued it on to stop it from flying off as he drove the carriage. Underneath the toupee was a small key.
There
I guess
we
it
go.
must have been important, or he wouldn't have glued it to his head.
That's what we needed, because he has the safety deposit box at the Saturnalia. Now, must be the key for it.
Reagan had a small key under his toupee. It was basically glued onto his head, so I guess it was important to him.
Finally, some progress. I'll just wait for a cell to return. Which shouldn't be too long.
The River Ankh. probably the only river in the universe on which you could chalk the outline of a corpse.
I have wondered, why is River Ankh so bad? Like, is it because people keep throwing all kinds of garbage in there, or is there some other reason?
Came back to my PC after saying hi to my wife and talking about general stuff, and was wondering where my headset was, forgetting that I had knocked it to the ground when I left.
Ah.
But I'm back.
I found a key.
Hmm.
I had to use the picture on Regan because Regan was wearing a wig. And in the photo, he's bald.
Oh.
So you had to use the photo on him to find that information connection.
Oh.
And now that we got the key, we can go here.
Can we talk, or do I have to play that? Business is slow, we can talk.
How about you let me go in to get the safety deposit box?
Now your pockets are a little fuller. Does this key mean anything to you?
Yeah, I know what it is. It's a safety deposit key for the boxes here in Saturnalia.
Thanks.
There it is. I found it. It's about demons.
Ooh.
Most demons are rather old-fashioned as regard to their personal appearance, liking to look as distinguished as possible. Thus, Urgelflogger, spawn of the pit and loathly guardian of the dread portal, who welcomes newcomers to hell, has various well-fanged mouths and more tentacles than legs, though fewer arms than heads.
Ah.
There it is.
So that's what Warb was describing.
Yeah.
I guess an upmarket establishment like Saturnalia needed safety deposit boxes. They certainly needed them more than I did. Reagan had a small key under his toupee. It was basically glued onto his head, so I guess it was important to him.
Speaking of, as we were before the stream about comedians and roasting and heckling, I saw the roast of William Shatner at one point, where George Takei goes on stage as well and says that Will Shatner has never been able to pronounce his last name correctly, so I'll just help you now, Will. It's Takei, you know, like toupee. That's a great dig at Will Shatner's hairstyle.
I figured a really good private investigator could do a lot of painstaking research and work out which box belonged to Reagan. But I figured, hey, the guy's a dwarf. So I just tried all the lockers on the bottom. It fitted into box 39 like a glove. Eventually.
All right.
That would make sense.
Oh, and that's the
Inside
bracelet.
was an envelope and a bracelet with carved wooden charms. The plot thickened, and you could already stand a spoon up in it.
You mean the thought blickens? So it has a scythe, an eye, and a bone.
Oh.
The envelope had come from Reagan's safety deposit box, and I had a feeling that it was important somehow. The thing was, it seemed to be empty. When I opened Reagan's envelope, I don't know what I was expecting. What I wasn't expecting was to find that the envelope was empty. There wasn't even anything written on the inside.
Huh. Must be invisible ink.
Oh, yes. That seems logical, at least in a noir game.
Mm-hmm. You know, before I give it to Warb, Malaclips is always fun to talk to. I want to see what he says about the charm. If he has any insight.
Good idea.
Does this charm bracelet mean anything to you?
Well, well. It's a Glacting carved out of serendipitous redwood from Uberwald, I'd guess.
What does it do?
It brings luck.
Good luck or bad luck?
Both. First, it brings good luck. Little stacks acts of felicitous circumstances. But sooner or later, the wielder pays for any good luck with a massive dose of bad luck. A giant omelette of doom delivered by a mad god.
Great. A mad god's omelet. Do you want it?
Are you insane? Give it to someone who's desperate.
Well, sorry, Warb.
That is a hint. Who is desperate? Warb.
Yeah, sorry, Warb, but we're gonna doom you to death. Just like Reagan was. He won a lot at the casino, but then his luck ran out and got killed.
Yep.
I hope Warb doesn't get killed, just gets some kind of
Can we talk?
not too nasty of a bad luck. Because I like the guy.
Hello again, Warb.
Lewton.
Lewton.
I think this charm bracelet is worth something to you.
Really?
The charms are carved from serendipitous redwood. It's a genuine luck bringer.
Where did you get it? And if it's so lucky, why do you want to give it to me?
It used to belong to Reagan, and I'm not going to give it to you, but I might trade it to you.
Reagan, the dwarf, yeah. I remember seeing him wear it at the tables. Do you think that was why he always won?
I'm no expert, but anything's possible.
You're right. I'm interested. What do you want for it?
What have you got?
I haven't got any money. Actually, I don't think I've got anything of any value to offer at all.
I guess we'll just have to think of something.
There we go.
I have an idea of what you can trade me for the bracelet.
Go on.
You work for Unseen Securities, right?
Yeah?
Well, I need to get into Vault 51 under the Guild of Archaeologists, and you can help me.
No. That's a bad idea. I could get into serious trouble.
Face it, Warb, your life's a mess. You've got nothing to lose. But if this charm bracelet is as good as it seems, it could make a world of difference to you.
Whoa, if they traced a break-in back to me, my life wouldn't be worth living.
In the first place, no one is going to know I broke in. And in the second place, there's no reason they need to trace it back to you. And in the third, your life is already not worth living.
Harsh.
What difference is this going to make?
Oh, maybe you're right. All right, I'll do it.
How do I switch off the security system for Vault 51?
I don't know what their watchword is, but all the unseen security systems have a back passage.
What's that?
It's a way to switch them off that only we know about.
What is it?
You'll have to find the rune panel.
What's it look like?
It's a small panel with runes marked on it. You touch the right runes in sequence to switch it off.
What's the sequence for the back passage?
Give me the bracelet first.
Here you are. Now, what's the sequence for the back passage?
Whatever the runes are on the panel, make an X starting in the top left and finishing in the bottom left. That's the back passage.
A pleasure doing business with you, Warb.
You won't tell anyone about this, will you?
Don't worry. I'm feeling honorable today.
Alright.
That makes sense.
Back passage.
I didn't want to discuss the Unseen Securities back passage with anyone.
That sounds wrong.
Uh-huh. So it's a good thing he doesn't want to talk about it with anyone.
Yeah.
I thought about petting.
Still won't pet the dog. Thank you for the follow.
I thought about petting. Well...
Just as Warb had told me, I made an X on the control panel. I just hoped he was telling the truth.
Well.
Huh. It should have gone.
Vault
Now,
51.
where's the
I
Ark
couldn't
of the
deny
Covenant?
It made a big impression on me. Not
On the
quite
left.
as big an impression as some of the traps on the way would have done, but at least the impression it was making wasn't fatal.
Welcome to the stream.
Vault 51 was filled with crates and displays of all shapes and sizes. I couldn't even begin to guess what treasures were lost in its cavernous interior. Perhaps even that pen I lost the other week. The crates were labeled with some kind of 4-digit reference number, and there did seem to be some sort of a pattern as to how they were organized.
So we have
Somehow.
to use the Dewey Decimal System?
Could be.
No, I only do bad English on either on purpose or when I just flub my English. Because English, it's a language.
It is. Or if one of us does this.
I mean, there is that at the Finglish speech. Where I do speak in very broken English. Well, maybe not broken, but they're very badly pronounced English.
And the reason I don't join in is, one, I'm not Finnish, I'm Danish. And two, I've been told off for speaking Danglish, so I won't.
Yeah, but that was only Mad Max, and he's not here, so...
My wife has told me off for it too.
Ah,
So-
okay.
And she is here.
But I want to hear about your bowls.
Oh no! I'm gonna leave.
Where could we use this envelope? Because it's definitely one of those cases that has invisible ink. But where could we go to make it appear? Like the usual method is using lemon juice or orange juice to write, and you can make that appear when you warm it up. But the fireplace is now out, so can't think of any other place that we have seen that has fire that we can interact with.
No, not really. Unless it's something devious that maybe Leonard can help us with.
Maybe. I mean, that's an idea. So let's go to talk to Leonard. Maybe he does know something about this kind of coding. I mean,
Or maybe two conquerors do.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Maybe two conquerors knows. Only one way to find out.
It always
Always looks so easy in the clickies.
Actually, it's another way to find out, but we won't go that route because that requires looking it up on the internet.
I had a feeling that the envelope wasn't something I should discuss with everyone I met.
Well, there's fire right there.
I didn't want to disturb the intricate chaos of the table.
Okay. Okay, let's think. Any other place that we could go? I mean, we could look at it against some light. There's also that, but can't think of any place with light. There's so many ways to decode or code something on a paper. So many different methods. But unrevealing it. Or
I just got an idea. Not for the envelope, but for something else.
Oh?
The trick you did with using one of your clues on something.
Uh-huh.
Can you do that on other clues?
I think so, that it's a possibility.
Right, I have an idea. Just follow along. Don't ask questions. Can you go to where Mundy was killed?
All right.
Mundi was hanging upside down, try using that on the word Azil.
They say that the universe is full of particles called inspirations. One of them hit me at that moment because I suddenly realized something that should have been obvious. If Mundi was hung upside down, and if Mundi wrote the message...
You got it.
Then the message...
Yes.
down. Turning it around in my head, I could see that it read 3712V. It wasn't a meaningless word after all. It was a meaningless combination of letters and numbers instead. Somehow that
now we have
seemed
something
much worse.
All right. Also, the first time when I played this game and I saw this Azilian and I looked at it, and it looked like really weird, because who writes it that way? I thought it backwards it means Eliza, so I was looking for somebody called Eliza everywhere.
Ah. But when you know it, you can definitely see the Z as a 2 and the E as a 3.
Yeah, yeah. And the A is missing like the middle part for A.
Yeah, it is.
But now we should be able to find what we need from the vault. I think.
Ooh.
So are you gonna find the golden sword now? He sure is looking around.
Sorties Falcon.
I worked my way around the vault towards
Sorties Falcon.
3712V.
Falchion, yeah.
Oh, we found a Greek urn.
We did.
The glass cabinet contained urns from Zorta and was labeled 3711 to 3713V. It was one of the most boring things I've ever seen. The fat urn was clearly a very ancient piece of pottery. It looked very boring indeed. The tall urn was probably a priceless antiquity, but I really didn't care. The small urn was as boring as the other two urns. There wasn't much I could do to the cabinet with my bare hands.
Well, good thing I got that crowbar. And welcome back, Zambact. Hopefully you had a good walk.
Great idea. Shame it
Hey,
won't work
Zambact.
unless you're a playtester or you've hacked the game.
Oh. That crowbar was not supposed to be there.
Oh.
Because he said either I've hacked the game or I'm a playtester, because the crowbar apparently wasn't supposed to be there.
That's great.
Alright. Well, there's the other one. Diamond.
The troll's tooth scored through the cabinet's glass like an accountant through a rich man's wallet.
We have
I
earned an
smashed the
urn.
tall urn into tiny pieces, and inside was the golden sword. Finally, this was it. The artifact that Carlotta, Horst, and who knows how many other people were looking for. Frankly, it was a bit of an anticlimax. I expected it to at least glow a little, or perhaps sing to itself quietly, or hum with the stolen souls of 1,000 men. But it just felt cold and hard in my hand, like any other sword. Suddenly it came over me that everything would go wrong. It sounds crazy, but it's true, so help me. I couldn't hear my footsteps. It was the walk of a dead man.
All right, dead man walking. Sure is quiet when he walks.
Yep.
When I made it out of the guild alive, I thought I was home free. But there was something wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I knew I was in danger. I'm not a suspicious man, but I am a cautious man. I decided then and there to start running, and not look back until my office door was safely locked behind me. But something else had plans for me not to make it that far.
This is the opening cutscene that we now see. Now it makes sense.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is what the game opens with this animation cutscene.
I do think I remember this from the last time you played it.
Run, Lewton, run!
Oh.
And we're dead.
Fiend! Fiend!
I don't know when I first began to suspect that I wasn't dead. I guess it must have been when I realized I was thinking about whether or not I was dead. The anthropomorphic entity with the scythe hadn't turned up, so I figured I was either alive or undead. And it didn't take me long to work out which.
The dog is there. Oh. Oh. He's a werewolf.
How long has Lewton been a werewolf?
Streets in a daze, not really knowing what was going on. At first, I couldn't make out any colors. Then gradually the city came alive with vast clouds of pigmentation. Against it all, there was an ever-present mist of bright green, cloying and unpleasant. There was a dissonance about it that I couldn't place, until I realized I was smelling the rank odor of the River Ankh. I was smelling the world in a way I wouldn't have thought possible. Every smell fascinated me. The resonant scents combined into a symphony. Every street was an opera, every lamppost an invitation. I don't know how long I wandered the streets. It's hard to tell which way is up when your world has been turned upside down. I ended up back where I started because I didn't know what else to do. Plus, my coat was in the coffin, and Ankh-Morpork is a bad neighborhood to be caught naked in.
Huh? There we go.
Woof, woof.
I haven't got anything to eat, if that's what you want.
Woof, woof, woof.
I haven't got any idea what's going on either.
Woof, bloody woof.
Hey,
That's pretty sharp. Most people don't catch on to that.
what did you say?
Woof, woof.
You can talk, can't you? I mean, really talk.
Nothing gets past you, does it?
How did you do that?
Well, I can sort of talk.
Nonsense. If there was a talking dog in Ankh-Morpork, I'd have heard about it.
Well,
Casper.
the thing is, most people don't seem to notice it.
Yeah, right. Like you wouldn't notice a talking dog.
Seems like people only see what they expect to see.
How philosophical of you.
I just calls them as I see them.
So how come I can tell you can talk?
I don't claim to understand it, I just do it.
Do you know what's happened to me?
I'm guessing you didn't know you were a werewolf till you woke up this morning.
I'm a werewolf. That explains what's happening to me. I thought somebody slipped something into my embalming fluid.
First order of business, is to train you up then.
Hold it right there. I don't need your help.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. Look at yourself. What's your name?
Lewton. I'm a private investigator. Well, I was. Then I was dead. Then I was... well, a werewolf, I suppose. I guess I spoke too soon. Maybe I do need your help. What's your name?
Gaspode the Wonder Dog.
There he is.
Yay.
The Wonder Dog?
Hey, don't knock
Yeah,
it
he's
off.
up.
Second
I was
game
named
in the
after
Discworld games
famous Gaspode.
where he is.
Never heard of him.
Most people haven't. He belonged to an old man in Ankh many years ago. When the old man died and was buried, Gaspode lay down on his grave and howled for a couple of weeks, growling at anyone who came near. Then he died.
And they called him the Wonder Dog because he was such a paragon of doggy faithfulness and loyalty.
Until they discovered that his tail had been trapped under the stone, yeah.
How do you think I became a werewolf?
Well, presumably you got bit by a werewolf.
Bitten.
Right, lesson 1. Don't correct me grammar, all right?
Sorry.
Okay, well, once I've trained you, I suggest that the first thing you do is try and work out how you got infected.
Infected?
With lycanthropy. It's the blood disease that werewolves have. Now, since you don't have any cubhood memories of romping with your pack, I reckon it's a safe bet that you got infected somehow.
So someone I know is a werewolf.
Give the wolf a cigar.
So can I change between being a wolf and a man at will?
Sort of. There's a certain way the change works.
The change?
There's 2 things you got to learn about being a werewolf. The nose and the change.
The nose?
Yeah, the nose. Werewolves have a unique perception of the world, a different point of smell.
I've noticed that. I can see scents as colors, and they have a certain feel about them, too.
Those colours are unique. Each smell has its own signature colour. So you can tell whether or not someone has been somewhere by whether or not you can see their scent there.
Even as a man?
No, only when you're a wolf.
And how do I switch between forms?
That's what the change is all about. It's a skill you've got to learn how to do. Now, you've already used it to turn into a wolf. Soon, you'll be able to change whenever you wanna.
How did I change this time if I didn't know how?
That's the other thing about the change. You have to change at the full moon. I guess that's what brought this on in the first place. Other times, it's voluntary.
So can I change now?
Give it a try.
At first I didn't know what to do, but Gaspode talked me through it.
Yep.
Before you do the change.
And when I could see
Yes,
the world
Bannikin.
in all
Oh.
its psychedelic glory, Gaspode started teaching me about the nose.
There's
Look
all the
around.
smells.
Tell me what you see as a wolf.
There's a lot of colors.
Phew. I can see how you became a private investigator. You get a lot more information about scents with your werewolf senses. You can see them as colours.
I can see a mist of bright green surrounding everything. And there's something that looks like a long stream of purplish red cloud with some tiny fluorescent greenish yellow purple specks in it. Also, there's a ground fog of some kind of unpleasant blue.
Well, the bright green is the stench of the River Ankh. No mistake in that. That long stream of cloud sounds like the scent of someone having gone through the cemetery recently. Does it smell like a privy carpet?
No, it smells like Carlotta, but with less treble.
Well, it wasn't me then. I guess I'm the ground fog of unpleasant blue.
Who was it?
I don't know who it was, but it was someone.
I can't see my own scent.
Well, that's normal. You're so used to being around it that it's invisible to you. And that's handy for me, what with my stench and all.
So I can follow the purplish scent to find this person.
If you want, and assuming you don't lose the trail, other smells eventually drown scents out, especially out on the streets.
What about the coruscating dots?
What's it like?
It's like flashing green, yellow, purple.
Is it like mature mould with an earthy echo?
No.
It's not you then? Dunno what it is. See where else you find it and you might be able to work out what it is.
According to Gaspode, I could learn a lot from comparing different scents. I figured that could come in handy in my line of work. Assuming I could change back to being human, that is. I gave it my best shot.
Nicely done.
I learned from a master.
Right, that's about it. Apart from the full moon, you can be whatever you want to be. But as of the full moon, you're sniffing lampposts with the rest of us.
There, Act 3.
Nice.
I mean, you kind of call...
Yes.
You're saying the mannequin. Go ahead. I'll just say it again.
He has read about that in a Pratchett book. I don't know which of the Watch books it is, but probably somewhere between Man-at-Arms, Jingo, Beat of Clay, and the Fifth Elephant.
Mm-hmm.
One of those four will have, because it's the Watch books and it's got Angwer in it, who is a werewolf, and she does explain the whole smelling thing to Carrot because they become intimate. So, yeah.
Okay. And you kind of called it earlier.
I did?
I mean, when we were in an intimate moment with Carlotta, you said that there was a trickle of blood. And she's an Uberwald.
Yeah.
You called it.
Yeah.
Like, we were at that moment, and when you said that, oh, I see that trickle of blood, I was like, well, he's gonna figure out that quickly when he turns into a werewolf.
Yep. That's true.
My own grave. How depressing. There was a water-soaked letter by my graveside. There's a letter at my graveside.
Who's it from?
Ilsa.
Who's Ilsa?
An old flame of mine from the good old days.
How old?
Old enough to be good.
What does it say?
It appears to be a love letter.
Dear Lewton, I'm writing this letter even though I know I will never have the courage to give it to you. I have to leave Ankh-Morpork. I can't tell you why. I wish I could. These last few days have meant the world to me. But I haven't the strength to tell you to your face that I can never be yours. I am married to an Agatean man named Two Conkers, and I thought I would never see him again. He was dead to me, and my life was empty. Please believe me, I never meant to hurt you. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I will always look back on the Hotel Pseudopolis fondly.
You all right?
Sure. This is just one of those big emotional scenes like in the Clickies.
I suppose a bone is out of the question. Maybe a dog biscuit. Wag, wag.
Wag, wag.
Well, since you say it's a Wolfen or something, it might actually be Reaper Man. If I remember correctly, there are two werewolves there too, but I don't remember if they explain about the smells.
My tombstone, Lewton P.I. Gone and forgotten. Not the epitaph I'd hoped for.
Uh-huh.
A mangy dog going by the name of Gaspode the Wonder Dog. Small, bow-legged, and wiry. Basically gray, but with patches of brown, white, and black in outlying areas. Gaspode appeared to have fleas. Hardpad, scurf, crusted yellow eyes, arthritis, rotting teeth, and horrible bad breath. Between him and Nobby, I was starting to worry about my circle of friends.
Understandable.
I'm back.
Good boy.
Are you the only dog on the streets, then?
No.
Tell me about the others.
The Dog Guild. Bunch of troublemakers trying to overthrow the master race.
Overthrow the master race?
Yeah, your kind. Well, your kind before some werewolf bit you.
And who do you think could have bit me?
Well, there are a few werewolves in Ankh-Morpork. Like any busy metropolis, we have our share of the ethnic minorities.
Ethnic.
Not all of those minorities change
ethnic.
shoes by about 14 sizes in the full moon, though.
True enough.
Tell me about the Dog Guild.
I already told you. A bunch of troublemakers.
Dog.
But
guild.
there's no guild house for a guild of dogs.
That's right. No motto and no coat of arms. Not even a little tartan one.
So what's the deal?
The guild is made up of all the dogs who have been bad boys.
How do you join?
Oh,
You have to run away from your owner.
What does a dog guild do?
Same as a regular guild.
Cut themselves off from everyone else and act smug?
That's about it. It controls scavenging rights, nighttime barking duties, breeding missions, and howling rotas.
Seriously?
Well, it used to when Big Fido was in charge. Since he, disappeared, they've basically just run around as a pack of thugs.
Disappeared?
He's dead. I know he's dead anyway. I saw it happen. But observational evidence isn't as compelling as you'd like to think. Nah, most of the dogs believe that he lives on, leading a huge pack of mountain wolves who nightly strike terror into isolated farmsteads. I guess it makes digging in the middens and hanging around the back doors for scraps seem, more bearable.
We're only doing it until Big Fido gets back.
Exactly.
Constable
Yep, as a
Sergeant
common-
Engwa is a werewolf.
Yep. And she is in 5 books. Yes.
Huh.
You
she
said
becomes
there were a few
intimate with
werewolves in Ankh-Morpork.
Carrot, so
With carrots.
That's right.
Do you know any of them?
I thought I knew all of them.
Who are they?
Well, there's Ludmilla Cake,
Who's she?
Mrs. Cake's
Reaper Man.
daughter. Even in human form, Ludmilla is built to a larger scale, and she has slightly pointed ears and teeth which are white and beautiful but catch the light in a disturbing way.
What's she like?
Apparently, she has this disturbing habit of staring at people's throats while she talks to them, which tends to put a damper on the conversation.
Anyone else?
There's Lupine, although he's
Reaper
technically
Man as well.
a were-man. He's a 7 foot tall, muscular, hairy
That's right.
with long canines, pointy ears and yellow eyes during the full moon. The rest of the time he is a real wolf.
That must make relations with
Yeah.
other werewolves
Yeah.
difficult.
A wolf
Well,
that turns into a man. Okay.
He appears to have a satisfactory liaison with Ludmilla, despite being the same shape only 1 week per month.
That all of them?
After that, there's only Angua.
Yeah.
Angua.
Angua.
I don't want to
Hey!
talk about Angua.
Where does Angua come from?
I told you, I don't want to talk about it.
He's an Uberwald. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Did you run away from your owner?
Not exactly.
What happened?
He threw me into the river in a sack with a brick when I was a pup.
How did you survive?
Well, luckily, the river was the Ankh, so I just walked ashore in the sack.
That's quite a puppyhood you had.
Yeah, and that's not mentioning the certain confused relationship I had with the brick for several days.
So you've never had an owner.
Well, I was fixed up with some owners.
Were they nice?
Oh, they were nice, all right. They were so bloody nice, it drove me nuts. Yeah, they were always patting me and giving me a bloody B-A-T-H. Yeah. They even gave me a little bright doggy bowl with the words Mr. Huggy on it.
And you ran away.
The moment the brush hit the bubble bath.
Who was Big Fido?
Yeah, he used to be a rather dainty white poodle with the overgrown remains of a poodle cut and wearing a diamante collar.
What happened?
He went, to hijack a phrase, barking mad. One day he realised that everything around him, his bowl, his collar, his kennel, his blanket, had his name on it. He ate his blanket, savaged his owner, and ran off to found the Dog Guild.
And others followed him?
He intimidated others with his dream that all dogs were wolves at heart and needed only to band together to overthrow humanity, the master race, and reclaim their ancient heritage.
And where is he now?
Nobody knows. But mothers tell their pups to be good, or Big Fido will get 'em.
I thought you said he was dead.
Oh, he is. I saw it happen. Sorta fell to his death. His sorry remains were picked up by foul old Ron and sold to a furrier in about 5 minutes. But that's just what actually happened. That doesn't mean anyone knows what happened.
The myth has more power than the truth.
You're not as dumb as you look, are you, Lewton? I'll make a wolf out of you yet.
All right. There really isn't any more topics to talk about.
Thanks for your help, Gaspode.
I live to serve you, Master.
Sure you do. Oh, this is where the game really gets fascinating now that we are a werewolf. I think it's time for a break. I need food. I require sustenance. So let's put on some music.
Dinner.
And also, time for kitty cats. Right. We won't see any kitty cats on this side because freaking Todd has been around. We only got 3 cats. Specky out there?
Totes adorbs.
We also have the one, the only, Fred Butthole. Classic. So we got 3 cats and all of them are showing that the X marks the spot. How nice. Which quote was it again? No, that was a Zelda. We'll get that. And it's 116. Fred Butthole. That's what that is. Fred Butthole. This is as close as I can get. I'm holding my phone against the camera. I'll be nice to Zelda, and I'm also gonna share the music. Because it's so much. There's something obvious if you have read the books. All Uberwalds are werewolves. Yep. That's why I was like that when Lewton and Carlotta kissed each other, and Zelda noticed that little trickle of blood, that I knew that he sensed something happening there. Which is exactly what happened to Lewton. He's a werewolf. I'll be right back. Pom-pom-pox. Welcome back, Gabriel. I didn't even realize I was still out of focus. Oops. You guys didn't see Yoshi at all. Oh, he is right there. There. Now you can see Yoshi. Perfect. Just a moment. I am returned. I do have a cat jam, but it's a party now. I should actually get a cat jam from 7TV. It's all capitals, Papa Box for jam. There we go. Can jam.
I hear music.
Decided to share the music with you.
Ah, I have now muted the music.
You didn't want the music?
I have now unmuted the music. It was just very loud, so I had to turn the volume down a bit. Hey, Pon Pox. I don't know if you saw the picture I made, meatballs yesterday.
I didn't.
The good thing about the recipe I use is there's enough meatballs for at least 3 meals. So
Cool.
we're having meatballs again.
I've actually never made meatballs myself.
Pretty easy. You just have to not be afraid of getting your hands dirty.
Nah. Not afraid at all with cooking.
I usually put, besides the various, spices, salt and pepper and garlic powder and a little bit of paprika, a little bit of all-around spice, a little bit of, what's it called? Cinnamon. Just a very tiny bit of cinnamon. I usually put in a lot of, oh god, what's the name? Parmigiano. There we go.
Ah.
To give it a nice taste. And that's basically it, fried in butter, and there you go.
I could easily make a good amount of them in the air fryer.
Oh yeah. Oh, and one thing you absolutely gotta do. Get some panko breadcrumbs and put that in there as well. Makes it really nice.
Yeah, breadcrumbs are kind of essential in homemade meatballs.
I would say if you just replace breadcrumbs with specifically panko breadcrumbs, you get this light, fluffy, crunchy stuff in it as well.
Nice.
Really good.
I would say that Pom Pom Box arrived at a good time because now we got C64 music playing.
Perfect. Also, I see Gabriel has become undead.
Apparently. Also, we had the epic moment of having Fred Butthole.
Oh.
Yeah, Fred is visiting and showing off his stuff. Too bad Specky wasn't around to see it.
Oh.
That's a lot of cats floating on the screen.
Yeah. I didn't know if it was gonna work, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah, machine.
Yay, Dexter.
Yay, Dexter.
True.
I really do enjoy the ending of that chapter. He just, "Ay." Just a little. Such epic music for a Super Mario game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they even call themselves the Super Mario Galaxy Orchestra.
Ah, cool.
You see it in the credits.
Still think it's impressive that Koji Kondo has been making music for Mario for such a long time.
40 years, man.
And I know one of his philosophies is he will usually, for the main theme of any Mario game, he will usually sit down and listen to it for like 40 hours. Or something like that, just to see if it drives him nuts. Because, I mean, it's a sound philosophy. If it doesn't drive him nuts, the player will stand to hear it all the time throughout the game.
Yep, it's good philosophy for a music creator.
Mm-hmm.
I should replay Super Mario Galaxy at some point.
Yeah, you should.
Along with Sunshine, because they're in the 3D collection on the Switch.
I've got that one as well.
We still want our SMG 2. Damn it. Where's Super Mario Galaxy 2? Super Mario Galaxy 2 is awesome because it's got Yoshi in it. And they reviews us to give us our Yoshi.
Oh.
I mean, last time I played them, years ago, was on the Switch version. So that's what I'm gonna intend to do again. Hopefully get my capture to work. I mean, last time I tested it, it did work, so should be able to.
Cool.
But that last time actually testing was on the old computer, so I haven't checked how it works on the new computer. Hopefully better.
That's a good question. It should. I mean, it is new hardware, so it should perform better than it did.
I probably still have both of the games on Wii. That's how I played them originally. Ah, they've chosen a new pope.
Hopefully not that seagull thing.
Who is it? Pizza? The new pope. Who will be Pope Soda Popinski.
Oh no. So they don't know yet. It's like 4 minutes ago that they've chosen a new pope. And in about half an hour to an hour, the new pope will appear on the balcony.
Ah.
As far as I can read. Yeah.
By the way, how's the stream on Discord?
Fine.
Alright. Good to know.
I very nearly did my one trick, but I thought that might be cruel.
What trick?
You know, the stream on Discord is fine. It's a bit baggy.
Ah.
It's fine.
Well, good to know that it's fine then.
Can you hear me? I don't know. I can't hear you.
What?
Yes. I still maintain that one of the funniest things is doing that lagging trick live in front of people who have only ever heard it on meetings. I take that as agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Rep factor about 4, I'd say.
It's been a long time since somebody has said a burp factor.
I did at the start of the stream as well. I don't think you heard it, but...
No, didn't hear it. Sorry.
I think the first burp you did on the stream, I think it was burp factor 7.
Ah.
I think I've gotten sort of around goblins, you know, weird measurements.
The burp that I just played on stream was definitely a 9.
Didn't hear it. I don't have the stream audio on.
How about that?
That was at least an 8, if not a 9.
I do remember that once I asked the goblin, like, how does he measure with the factor, and he said, man, it's just random numbers.
Because I remember him explaining that it has to do with intensity, loudness, and length. So if it's long and loud and intense, it's a higher number.
Zambek said, well, my farts are louder, then I played a fart, which was one of the lamest farts ever. I don't even remember where I found that Bowser farting animation. I think I was just looking for farting emotes or animations, and I saw that Bowser doing that, and I was like, yep, gotta take that.
Gotta have it.
I mean, he's letting out a long one. And the original animation is over 7 megabytes big of animation.
Wow.
So I had to really make it smaller so I could upload it.
Seven megabyte Bowser fart.
Mm-hmm.
What a name for a band. That's one of those band names where people don't even want to ask you what it means.
I mean, there are some really weird band names out there, even with popular band names. Like Five Finger Death Punch is like, okay. Death from Above 1978. Like, where did they come up with these names?
"22 Ladybugs"?
Blink 182.
Matchbox 20.
I mean, for
one of the... Yeah, go ahead.
Another one that I've listened to is Blooded Science. It's like, what does it mean?
Yeah. One of the ones where I've always wondered why it was called that until I looked it up and then wish I hadn't is Korn.
Ah, with a K.
Yes.
Yep.
But something like Pyramaze. What the hell is that?
Oh. I mean, even in Finland, we have had some band names that are just weird. Like there was a popular band that I listened to back in the late 90s, early 2000s, was called Apulanta, which if I translated it into English would mean help manure.
Huh.
Or assistance manure.
Weird name.
Uh-huh. But they were a really popular band. They were like kind of like punk rock band.
What the hell does Volbeat mean, right?
Yeah, there's another popular band, but Volbeat, what?
My favorite that we have as one of those classic, beginning of rock things, DAD. I don't know if that's a name that is familiar to you.
I've heard her.
Do you know where it comes from, though?
No.
They had to shorten it because they couldn't be named what they were originally named. They got sued.
Oh.
Their original name, which DAD is a contraction of, is Disneyland After Dark.
Huh.
But no, Disney didn't want that because their music is what it is.
Yep.
So they changed it to DAD, but it's still spelled all caps and with hyphens between it.
Right. Apulanta is a brand name for calcium nitrate fertilizer. I mean, the name is manure, so...
Calcium nitrate fertilizer is one of the ingredients in making bombs, I think.
Lanta in general means dung. Yeah. Dung or manure.
Yeah, but in terms of pop bands, there's been some great ones. We had a pop singing duo, which with a full backing band as well, called, for some reason, Rollo and King. Those are two dog names.
Huh. How about Leonard Skinner?
We had. That's actually, there is an explanation behind that one.
I don't remember.
That's just it's a respelling of one of their teachers' names. They were all in the same high school, and he was named Leonard Skinner. So they just misspelled it with Y's instead.
Okay.
I know from just Danish bands that nobody will know. I know we have, directly translated, we have Dancing with Boys. We have the Dancing Orchestra. For some reason, we also have Soap, which are really just called soap. Like the English word soap. Huh. What else? We had some weird ones at some point. We had one called just Blue Eyes, which is like, do you know Julie from Blue Eyes? Like, what kind of name is that?
We also had
Again, 4 non-blondes.
Yeah, 4 non-blondes, yeah.
It's true. I mean, they are 4 and none of them are blonde, but still.
There's also, we had a band called Levi and the Leavings. Which doesn't make any sense because none of the members was called Levi. The main singer, producer, writer was Gösta Sundqvist.
Oh yeah, King Diamond, yeah.
And the other members are Risto Paananen, Juha Karastie, and Niklas Nylund. So nobody named Levi, and they are called Levi and the Leavings. It's like, bah.
That's funny.
But they made great music.
Band names.
Yep, but they made great music.
Yeah. I mean, your band names is specifically why I mentioned the 22 Ladybugs.
And also him.
Piece of beautiful.
How about him?
Him, yeah. Oh, it's been a long time since I thought about him. Well, I mean the band.
Yeah, when you say haven't thought about him in a long time, it's like, who? The band, not a person.
But yeah, various ones. If you have King Diamond, Merciful Fate, that's true. Denial of God, I don't know. Artillery, don't know. Mercenary, though, we had. We had one band just called Raunchy. There's a lot of weird band names.
Yep. Also, one of the other ones that I listen to a lot, Depeche Mode. Like, what does Depeche mean?
Yeah. That's actually a word.
Yeah, I know, but I never looked it up what it means.
Hang on, I looked it up at some point. Now I gotta look it up again because I do know what it means. On. Depeche is archaic and means to dispatch a message or to rid oneself of. So
Yeah.
rid oneself of mode.
Yeah, just looked
Still
at
weird.
the dictionary from French to English. It is to dispatch or a telegram. A communication.
Ah.
So, yeah. So it's communication mode,
Interesting.
the band's name.
Let's see, what else do we have of weird Danish metal? We have Hate Sphere.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we have one all caps lifeless in Danish.
Bannigan mentioned another popular Finnish band, Eppu Normaali. which would be like Eppu the normal. And nobody's Eppu in it. And there's nothing normal, they were a rock band. Like a punk rock and pop rock and all kinds of rock music. Lots of great ones.
We have a Danish metal band apparently called Beast, but it's spelled wrong. Instead of EA, it's AE.
Based.
Oh yeah, we have Black Sun as well. In Danish. Which I know is a reference specifically to what starlings do. When they, conglomerate and fly around in those huge starling swarms. That in Danish is called Black Sun, so that's what they're named after. But still, it's a weird name. Eppu Normaali.
Eppu Normaali. Yep. Oh yeah, we also had a band called Chlamydia.
Perselintu.
Perselintu.
Oh, that's great.
And also don't forget one of our popular bands, Chlamydia. That's a real band name, Chlamydia.
Why?
I don't know.
All right, I won't ask questions then.
Hey Timur. Yeah, classic punk band,
Timur.
Chlamydia. Yeah. Oh yeah, kotiteollisuus. There's another one, which means home industry. Home industry. Kotiteollisuus. That's a band name.
Oh, well.
They made lots of great music. I listened to them.
We also have one, again, we got a lot of weird band names that are just English words, which doesn't really make sense. Like, Nephew is a Danish band. Oh yeah, we have Big Fat Snake as well.
I just found a forum, chat forum, and somebody's like asking about the funniest or worst band names. I totally forgot about this band, Heavy Metal Perse. As in heavy metal ass.
Heavy metal shit.
No, ass. Heavy metal ass.
Ass, yeah.
Heavy Metal Perse. I have totally forgotten about that name. Man. Ooh. Got so much phlegm.
Yeah.
Excuse
we have
me.
a band called TV2, which was one of the first Danish television channels. Don't know why they're called that. Anti-social media.
Heavy Metal Perse.
Mass.
Heavy Metal Perse, despite their name, actually make great additional heavy metal. Yep, they do. Weird name for a band, but they actually make good music. Oh yeah, teräsbetoni. Yeah, steel cement. Or steel concrete. That's the band's name, teräsbetoni. Steel concrete.
Oh yeah, we have those as well. Fat Finn and Funny Boys. Yep. We have this is a group name, and I love it because it's definitely founded by the first member named in the band's name. The group name in its totality is Bjorn and OK. It's so great.
Bjorn and OK.
Brown period. Period as in the punctuation mark.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, of course, a reference to something when it's brown. The yellow fingernail.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ew. I do remember some like indie bands from the early 2000s that had really weird names. One of them that I know most is there's Riley's People And then the other one is Rotten Skeletor.
Nice.
They made some, like, really weird, dumb songs. Like, really dumb.
Here are two of the best ones I found so far. A Danish band called the Blueberries. Not really that weird until I saw it spelled because it's in Danish, which makes it odd because I've never seen somebody called Blueberries in Danish like that. Like,
Hey, it's
if you're gonna use that kind of name, you usually use it in English.
We've been raided.
Together, we can rule the
Oh, no.
world.
Hey, Sharpie! Hello, Sharpie. Hello, Raiders.
Ah, I shirked my duty.
I'm faster.
Yep.
Well, hello there, everybody. I can do the stream. Name's Spider-Man. I play a lot of games. That's about it. And also, I've got Eselta here in voice chat because he has read all the Discworld books. So he has been helping me out on the lore of the world.
Hello. Oh, Spidey, in the Discord stream chat.
Yep.
I just sent you one other band name just because I want to hear you pronounce that.
James Brown?
Yes. And it is pronounced, of course.
James Brown, yeah.
Yes.
Of course.
It's just really silly.
Also, when you went away, most likely getting food for yourself, Gaspode mentioned something, but I forgot what he mentioned.
Ah, it happens.
Yeah. Something that you would have liked.
Most likely, it's Gaspode. How goes those disc and or worlds?
All going well. We just started Act 3 in this game. Lewton is now a werewolf. So I can do this. There's Gaspode.
Yeah.
Unpleasant aqua fog. Trail of magenta with glowing dots. And light green stench. Fuchsia cloud.
The smell of Gaspode the Wonder Dog. Not unlike that of a privy carpet.
You.
Something had passed through the cemetery and left a very strange trail. The scent of a woman around my grave. Ah, the famous stench of the River Ankh, so beloved by the citizens of Ankh-Morpork.
Also, get used to this shake.
I don't.
It happens every time we're in werewolf mode.
I don't think it's beloved by the citizens of Ankh-Morpork.
I think he meant it sarcastically, like beloved by all.
Or they truly love it because that means they get to live in Ankh-Morpork. Like, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. That kind of thing.
Hey, we're behind the Temple of Small Gods. There's the window where Mooncalf is.
Or at least was. Can't see him right now.
That's because there's a huge freaking tombstone in the way of the window.
The cemetery was at the back of the Temple of Small Gods.
In the past, I'd only ever played the PS1 version, which has worse graphics, but I have the PC version working now. So I've heard that the PlayStation 1 has really bad graphics, like it's all fuzzy and smaller, because they've had to scrunch it down, but they didn't fix it up in any way, so it looks really out of focus of a game. Not to mention, it's not easy to control, because controller instead of point and click.
Oh, yeah.
So it must be really slow to play. Like, really slow. There's the cemetery. We can go back to. Let's go tell Malaclips the good news that we have died and returned.
I need your help again, Malaclips.
They'll. Really don't have many questions to ask from people because we've solved so many things now.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. Nothing new. I wonder what Nobby has to say now that he probably was there to watch us be buried.
Oh yeah.
The pre-rendered graphics are compressed and worse, and the 3D models have less polygons. For some reason, they squeezed it all on one disc when they should have had it on multiple. The PC version is on 2! So why isn't PS1 on 1? No wonder the graphics are bad. They really saved up on space.
Stupid.
Very.
I called around at Pseudopolis Yard, which caused a bit of a stir. Seems news of my death had spread. I asked for Nobby, and someone told me he was out. I decided to head back to my office and take stock of the situation. When I returned to my office for the first time since my murder, a man was already there. I knew he was a man because Corporal Nobbs was the only person in Ankh-Morpork who has to carry a letter to confirm his species. He's the kind of man you get itchy from just talking to. There must be something here.
Hi.
Hello,
Know the feeling.
Nobby. Lewton, you're alive? I was just cleaning out your desk. Yes, of everything of value. Didn't they bury you? Rumors of my death have been slightly exaggerated. Meaning? Meaning I'm not dead, I just got buried. Yeah, don't tell me the details. Suit yourself. Nice crowbar you're using to jimmy open my drawers. Yeah. I sort of borrowed it from the evidence room. That's okay. I sort of borrowed it from a cart. Oh, I searched Reagan's body. There were 2 tiny bite marks on it. Really? I guess it was more suspicious than you thought. Well, I ought to go. Looks like you don't need your things collecting. How goes the case? The counterweight killings? Oh, still not much progress. They wouldn't let me investigate it if they thought there would be. How many murders do you guys think there are?
Fair enough.
3.
At least
One of
Nobby
the
knows his
Clarks, the reader of
limits.
esoteric occultism up at Unseen University, and one of the city's richest merchants. There'd be 3 more if you counted Mundy, Reagan, and Malachite. I suppose so. Still not convinced? Well, Vimes isn't convinced. Even though I've been cleared, I have to get back to the yard.
And there he
Nobby
goes.
didn't seem very comfortable around me. I didn't know if it was because of my return from the grave or because I'd caught him trying to steal everything of value that wasn't tied down. Although with Nobby, even if you tied it down, he'd steal the string. The only thing I was sure of was that my next step was to look into the counterweight killings. I had a feeling I wasn't going to like what I found.
The thought plickens indeed.
Ooh.
And also, does he really need to carry a letter to tell what his species is?
That's mentioned in at least one of the books, so yeah. Because otherwise people don't think he's human.
Huh. Merchants, wizards, and clerks murder.
One of the patrician's clerks had been murdered, apparently as part of the counterweight killings. The counterweight killings had struck at the Unseen University, and the reader of esoteric occultism had been killed.
Esoteric occultism.
According to Nobby, a prominent merchant had been killed as part of the counterweight killings.
I got a feeling we should start with Nobby,
Good idea.
since he would know most about these murders.
Back behind the desk, I see. Hello, Lewton. You mentioned the murder of one of the patrician's clerks before. Yeah. What can you tell me about that? That he's dead. That's all your in-depth inquiries turned up? Not as easy as that, you know, making sure someone's really dead. He might have just been playing dead. Anyway, he was killed in the palace. You must know more than that. Or is it that you can't tell me about it?
If you want to know more, you'll have to find out yourself.
Sorry. Never would have guessed it, Nobby. What can you tell me about the murder at Unseen University?
Nothing.
Nothing?
The university isn't being cooperative. Old Vimes is saying that because it's murder, it's our jurisdiction. But they're arguing that they can handle their own affairs. It's all got political.
That doesn't help the inquiry much, does it? What about this merchant that you said was murdered?
I can't discuss that with you.
Well, you must be able to tell me something.
The guilds like to keep these disputes to themselves. You know what I mean? You'll have to talk to the Merchants Guild.
Alright, Merchants Guild, there it is.
Another guild.
Now, where's this guild? There it is.
The Merchants Guild House.
Oh. Can't go back to the Archaeology Guild.
Oh.
I mean,
Don't need to,
yeah, there's nothing to do. Let's go see if I can talk with, something's happened here.
Yeah, I see that.
Having a chalk outline outside just didn't put people in the mood to gamble. It was probably the only time in my life I'd had an effect on high society. There was some kind of moss on the ground where I had been killed.
Oh, it says...
It obviously didn't grow here, which means it came from somewhere else. The question was where?
What?
The magenta trail led to the site of my murder. I guess it must be the murderer's trail.
Magenta with flashing dots. That's what was at the gravesite, too.
The green
In that case, I have an idea who it is.
Down by the river, the smell of the Ankh was... oh, I don't know. It was pretty bad, anyway.
Indescribable.
Which is in itself a description, which makes it stupid.
Gaspode, River Ankh, Magenta, Lady Ilsa Barber. So we don't know the magenta one. So that's Ilsa. The others smell that the fuchsia cloud at the cemetery.
Does make sense.
Saturnalia was locked up tight.
Oh.
For the time being at least, Saturnalia was closed.
Okay. No,
It's a shame.
No talking to Warb anymore then. It really is.
Shame.
It is. I like him. Let's take a sniff around here, shall we? Ah, the magenta scent. And teal. And navy blue. And dark brown.
Around the chalk outline was a brown scent, presumably malachites. Some parts of the roof had a navy blue scent to them. There were signs of a teal scent on the roof. The scent had a distinct hint of tobacco. There was definitely a magenta hint amongst the scents on the roof. I could tell that my killer had been here.
This is how we collect scents.
Interesting.
Ah, it's Nobby. The one with the tobacco.
Ah, makes sense, yeah. Sense.
And that was Malachite. Don't know who the navy blue is. Can I turn into a werewolf here?
Much as I'd enjoy ripping Mankin's throat out, the Octarine parrot wasn't a great place to change into a wolf.
Oh, they taking the carriage away.
Oh, that was about time. How long have we been dead?
Probably a couple of hours. I mean, let's see.
Fair enough.
We died. Took people time to bury us. Probably not too long. I would say we'd be dead for 6 hours at tops.
Yeah.
Here on the Maudlin Bridge, the reek of the Ankh was at its most sickening. The smell of the Ankh almost drowned out the remains of the magenta scent. There was no mistaking it. Even against the reek of the Ankh, it was the scent of my killer.
So the killer of Lewton has been killing everybody else.
Which is another thing that I thought,
I think we can turn into a wolf here. Yep. There's the magenta. There's the navy blue.
There was a bold scent of navy blue in the air.
Might be vines.
The teal scent strongly resembled tobacco and guilt.
That's snobby.
Guilt.
Around where Mundy's body had lain was a dark blue scent. There was a hint of an apple-colored scent in the air.
Hint of apple. Yeah, dark blue is Mundy.
I couldn't be sure who the navy blue scent belonged to.
Woof, woof. I was so curious about the apple. It might be actually Mankin because it's around the rope, and he said that he did confess that he cut him down.
Well, yeah.
Cut the Mundy down. So. Can I turn into a wolf here?
Turning into a wolf wasn't something I was entirely comfortable with yet. I was trying to restrict myself to just when it was really necessary.
All right.
That's a no then.
Yeah, I was curious. Let's go to the Merchants Guild. Insert disc 2. Go.
The Merchants Guild was the youngest of the Ankh-Morpork guilds, founded in self-defense by the city's traders and shopkeepers when they realized their role in the grand scheme of things was to be robbed. Robbing fat merchants, it seemed, was a perfectly socially acceptable, even heroic thing to do. Consequently, they weren't the friendliest of guilds either. I wasn't holding out much hope that they'd help me. Evening.
Usually is when the sun sets.
Is everyone in this city a smart aleck?
Who's he?
He used to be a regular at the Mended Drum. He made a reputation as a know-it-all.
Used to be?
The Mended Drum is a bad place to use the phrase no.
I like it that it's Mended
Where did
Drum.
they find his body?
The Shades. And the Diesel Gate. His kidney down a well in Dolly's sister's, I think. Bits of his innards all over the place. Sounds like he had a lot of guts.
Oh, now I remember what Gaspard said. He was I was asking about the big Fido, the one that the Dog Guild started with. He said that as soon as Big Fido had died, follow Ron actually found the corpse, and it was only 5 minutes later sold the body to a furrier. So he
makes
mentioned.
sense.
So yeah, he mentioned follow Ron. I mean, first it was a something drum, then broken drum, and now it's a mended drum. All thanks to a certain wizard. So it's nice
Happen to close when he turns into a wolf. Plot things.
Yeah, it's a superhero thing. They just, or it's like the trailer for Optimus Prime. They just disappear and come back when they're needed.
So how did you end up working on the door?
Ooh, there's only so many good positions to go around.
I take it this isn't one of them.
Oh, it's not that bad. I get to hear all the interesting news with this job.
And has anything interesting happened recently?
Oh, yes.
Such as?
We got a new kettle. Much nicer than the one with the leak that we used to use.
You boiled water in a kettle with a hole?
Well, we made a lot of steam anyway. It wouldn't stay in the cups, though.
And that's the most exciting thing that's happened here.
Oh, exciting. If you want exciting, you should see the new colour scheme in the coin shaving room.
Come on. Someone was murdered. Wasn't that exciting?
Oh, sure.
Why didn't you mention that?
A guild policy. We're not to discuss the incident with outsiders.
What's all this about coin shaving?
You haven't heard of coin shaving?
No, I didn't even know they grew hair.
Well, you take a coin and you carefully shave off some of the gold, which you can then melt down and sell. Easy money.
I think I see a problem with that.
Yeah?
Well, I didn't think there was any gold in Ankh-Morpork dollars.
Well, there isn't. Not anymore. We kind of shaved them too much.
So what do you use the coin shaving room for?
We keep the kettle there. It sets off the new decor superbly.
That's why you redecorated it?
No, we used to keep the old kettle there, only all the wallpaper fell down.
I got a feeling that people in this guild are stupid.
It seems like it.
I don't understand. Why is it guild policy not to discuss the murder?
Well, as you probably know, we formed the guild to stop the dreadful habit of visiting heroes robbing all the fat merchants.
Yeah, I heard that.
Ah, yonder lies a fat merchant, they'd cry, using that special landlord a flagon of your finest ale hero talk. Let us relieve him of some of his ill-gotten gains. Pon my scalliard. Next thing you know, they'd robbed you blind. That's the thanks you get for years of service.
Years of service, carefully mixing sand in the sugar and switching the number plates of the donkey carts.
Hey, that's a very stilted view. What about all the other top-quality bargains we offer?
Ah, yes. All those once-in-a-lifetime, never-to-be-repeated, absolutely didn't fall off the back of a cart offers.
Cut me on throat.
Plus, we keep the economy of the city running.
By giving small sums to the less smelly beggars?
Annually, yes.
You were telling me about guild policy.
Ah, yes. Anyway, it was decided that it would be the Merchants Guild's policy to fully further the aims of its members, advertise the civic charms of Ankh-Morpork, and beat 7 kinds of hell out of anyone with a leather loincloth.
Advertise the civic charms of Ankh-Morpork?
Are you saying you don't like Ankh-Morpork?
Oh, no. Absolutely not. I heard what you guys did to Castroaster.
Damn straight. He got tired real quick.
This doesn't explain why you can't discuss the murder with me.
Well, the Merchants Guild is supposed to be the shining beacon that shows the rest of the world how unsurpassably wonderful Ankh-Morpork is.
By robbing them blind?
Oi, watch it.
Sorry, continue.
Anyway, the point is, it's bad publicity if we're seen to have a murder in our ranks.
Couldn't you sell it as a tourist attraction?
What?
You know, come to Ankh-Morpork, site of the infamous counterweight killings.
Show some respect. A merchant lies dead, struck down in his prime.
So do half a dozen other people.
True, but they weren't merchants.
Nice people here.
Definitely.
Really showing the charms of Ankh-Morpork right here. Not caring about other people. since they are not merchants. I really do feel like a cut me own throat Dibbler has made this guild.
No. If I remember correctly, he's not a part of it because he's not a merchant.
Ah.
He's a seller and a purveyor. But he's not part of the Merchants Guild, and I believe he might even have been thrown out of it, if I remember correctly.
So he's an independent seller.
Yep.
Too bad we don't get Dibbler in this.
Yeah.
Also, many mentions to the first game. Like, first we had the mended drum, and now there was the donkey cart.
So how exactly do you go about advertising the civic charms of Ankh-Morpork?
That's a good question.
We pursue those misguided people who publicly fail to recognize the many attractive points of this fine city.
Pursue?
Yes, we hire large gangs of men with ears like fists and fists like walnuts to point out that Ankh-Morpork is in fact a marvellously clean and decent city in which to live.
Sure.
A process whose ongoing nature might be swiftly curtailed if they don't shut up right now.
I suspect they see sense.
Oh yes, even if their eyes are a bit swollen.
I mean, all they need to do is just look at the river and they'll be leaving Ankh-Morpork in a hurry.
Yep. I agree, Pixie. He does a really good accent.
Yeah.
But then again, it's Rob Brydon. He's good at accents.
Yep, he is.
Or some reason.
I'm good at accents too.
Which ones?
The bad ones.
Okay.
Do you know anything about the murder of one of the patrician's clerks?
I can't help you there.
Do you know anything about the murder of the reader of esoteric occultism?
I can't help you there.
About this merchant
Oh,
that
well
was
then.
killed.
Sorry, I'm not allowed to discuss the incident with outsiders. A guild policy.
It wouldn't hurt to tell me the broad details, would it?
It would hurt a lot. They'd throw me off the roof.
No one's going to know.
I'd know about hitting the ground.
Is it really that important to you?
The Merchants Guild takes its policies very seriously.
So it seemed. I had to find a way to exploit that.
How do we exploit their policy?
It's a good question.
I had a feeling. Do you recognize this moss?
I don't know anything about that.
Well, goodbye for now.
All right. Nah, he wouldn't give the coin at all. It's an important coin.
The chin.
Oh, I'm sorry, the sin.
I went over to Horst's quarters, but he wasn't there. Turning into a wolf wasn't something I was trying to
So not necessary here. I wonder if Samael has heard any news about
Samael, Mr. Lewton.
these murders.
Have you heard about them? Sure thing.
Oh?
I was interviewed by the Watch about it. You? Why? He was the clerk in charge of the palace stores. He was the one who bought the wine for the palace.
Ah.
Really? So do you know anything about the murder? No. Sorry. But there should be someone here from the palace any moment now to collect the next shipment. You could ask them. I guess I could. But I doubt they'd tell me anything.
Well, let's go see if there's anybody from the palace. Nobody. Let's see if we can, Bennigan. It's not a bad idea. Uh-huh. Magenta?
One of the empty barrels had a faint magenta trace to it.
So that's how the killer got here.
Oh.
I mean, it makes sense, hiding in the barrels. To get into the palace to kill the Clark.
Definitely the same scent as my killer, which meant whoever it was made it into the palace concealed in a wine barrel. Why did that bring to mind the phrase, you wait, time passes, and Thorin sits down and starts singing about gold?
Huh?
The empty barrels were surrounded by a cloying red mist, and it had the shrill pitch of red wine, if I wasn't mistaken. The garbage was giving off a distinctive green cloud, not
Yummy.
dissimilar to the smell of the River Ankh. I'm back. I've got a few more questions.
Make it fast.
All right. Going fast.
I hear one of the Clarks got murdered.
Ask questions like that, and we might have to arrest you.
On what grounds?
Well, on the palace grounds, obviously.
Not that kind of grounds.
Do you know anything about the murder of...
We don't.
Have you heard about the recent murder of a rich merchant?
We don't.
Okay.
Thanks for the chat.
Our pleasure.
Let's go talk to Meliclips about the murders. Maybe he has some insight. I mean, the crazy man usually has
I
some
need your
insight for
help.
anything.
Yep.
What do you know about the murder of the patrician's Clark?
He wasn't killed. He's been smuggled out of Ankh-Morpork by a team of crack Ephebian ontological guerrillas.
Ontological guerrillas?
A vicious band of terrorist philosophers trying to spread their doctrine that our existence is purely an abstract experience mediated by a limited sensory experience, which cannot be relied upon to provide accurate perspectives or any true reality should one exist.
Sounds plausible.
So, they got to you too, did they?
Didn't he already say Mundi was smuggled or somebody else with the same way? I think he did.
Haven't noticed.
What about the reader of esoteric occultism? Do you know about his murder?
Ha! Internal politics. It is of no consequence to the world what happens inside Unseen University.
Even if they accidentally summon hideous demons from beyond space and time?
As long as they stay inside Unseen University, no problem.
Huh. I mean, true.
I heard a prominent merchant was killed.
That's right. A gangland killing by the Shin Kicker Triad.
The what
They
now?
told Bjorn Iron Trader to stop trading with their rivals, but he didn't listen to them.
I don't think that's the murder I'm interested in.
Maybe it should be.
Maybe not.
I'll have to go. The truth is out there.
Trust no one.
I doubt Mooncap's got anything insightful to say, but still, gotta go ask.
It's
I have some
Mooncalf.
more questions.
Ask them, if you must.
I asked Mooncalf where he was when the murder took place, and he told me he was holding a sermon. I asked Mooncalf.
Of course he was.
I asked.
Yeah, he's holding a sermon for each of them, of
Well,
course.
I'll be on.
Did I tell you that we're giving away free tea towels to anyone who joins this week?
Yes, you did. Still not interested.
Oh, it is you, sir.
I'm just as thrilled.
Who would sir like to see this time?
Is Carlotta here?
I'd like to see Carlotta. Is she home?
I will go and check.
We turn into a wolf here.
While the butler was gone, I slipped
Yep.
into my wolf form. A purple scent stretched across the hallway, and I instantly knew it was Carlotta. But that wasn't all. The richness of her odor told me something else. Carlotta was a werewolf, just like me.
We already knew that.
Yeah, but now it's confirmed.
It seems that Carlotta is not in her room.
Take a message. Tell her to meet me at the Café Ankh later tonight.
As sir wishes.
If Carlotta was the werewolf who infected me, I wanted to speak to her as soon as possible. Sheesh! You'd think a guy could take one kiss and wake up the same shape next day, wouldn't you?
Not in Discworld.
No.
Yeah. Not in Discworld. There she is.
You wanted to see me.
I tried to reach you at the mansion, but you're never around when I need you.
You never need me when I'm around.
A funny thing happened to me the other day.
You arranged all this just to tell me an anecdote?
It's a funny little story. I think you'll like it.
I'm listening.
The other night, someone stuck a sword through my ribs.
Ah, it must have been someone who knew you well.
The thing is, not long afterwards, I was in my coffin thinking about it when I realized I wasn't dead.
That was lucky.
Luck was not a factor. Why did you do it, Carlotta?
Do what?
Make me a werewolf.
If I hadn't, you'd be dead. Would you prefer that?
That's not the point, and you know it. You did something to me that was going to change who I was for the rest of my life, and you didn't even tell me.
I didn't think you'd understand. Besides, it wasn't as if I planned it.
Are you telling me you turned me into a werewolf by accident?
How long have you been a werewolf now?
Not long.
Have you felt what it's like? That force that pulls on you, that draws your attention to every jugular, pulsing with life? The irrepressible call of fresh blood? A sudden attention to the phases of the moon?
I have to fight to keep control.
We all do. Coming to a city of 1 million people, it's like a starving monkey wandering into a banana plantation. You learn to live with it.
And you decided to infect me with lycanthropy?
Infect is such a negative word. I prefer blessed.
You think this is a gift?
Of course it's a gift. It's the greatest gift I could give to someone. And I chose you.
Why?
You're a smart man, Lewton. Figure it out.
Carlotta is a werewolf.
Dun dun dun.
So, how many people have you killed?
I'm not that kind of a werewolf.
I suspected you were a killer even when you were just a woman. Now, I'm certain of it.
I was never just a woman.
You expect me to believe you've never killed anyone?
I have a lot of self-control.
It didn't seem that way when we kissed.
Don't mistake passion for a lack of self-control.
Do all werewolves see the world the same?
Everyone sees the world differently, Lewton. That's what life is all about.
I meant the colors. Do you see the same colors I do?
What color is the smell of the river Ankh to you?
A kind of cacophonous bright green.
I guess we do then.
Whoever killed me had a distinctive magenta scent. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Doesn't ring any bells.
There was something else about it, like a kind of fluorescent sparkle.
Like a greenish yellow purple?
That's the one.
That's octarine.
Octarine? Sounds like a type of fruit.
It's the 8th color of the spectrum.
8th?
The basic color of which other colors are merely pale shadows impinging on conventional reality. The color of magic.
Conventional reality?
Or what passes
Hey,
for conventional in
Octarine.
this world.
What's that supposed to mean?
If I always knew what I meant, I'd be a genius.
So what smells of octarine?
Anything magical.
Then how come I've never seen it before? There must be 100 magical things in the city. Unseen University should glow like a sparkler.
Mortals can't see it, only wizards. Although we can smell it, of course.
That doesn't explain why unseen
Smells like
university
burning
doesn't
tin.
reek of it.
Well, it fades quickly in sunlight, and in extreme cases, walks away.
Walks away?
Of course, it's magic.
Yeah.
I mean, in one of the books, it stated that octarine, which is the 8th color as well, is the pigment of the imagination.
Pigment of imagination.
Yeah, because figment, right?
Yeah.
It's one of those brilliant Pratchett jokes.
Yep.
Reagan's
Let's see if we can
dead.
find the quote.
I'm not surprised.
You don't seem to care.
Everybody dies, Lewton. Mundy, Reagan, even you.
What's your point?
No point. That's just life.
Where were you when Reagan was killed?
When was he killed?
Shortly after dropping you off at the Temple of Small Gods.
Well, there's your answer then.
Found it. Actually, from the color of magic.
Nice.
It was the king color, of which all the lesser colors are merely partially and wishy-washy reflections. It was octarine, the color of magic. It was alive and glowing and vibrant, and it was the undisputed pigment of imagination, because wherever it appeared, it was a sign that mere matter was a servant of the powers of the magical mind. It was enchantment itself.
Good description.
Yeah, Pratchett was
The
great.
person who killed Mundy hung him upside down and poked his eyes out. Can you think of any reason they might have done that?
What? No. Why should I?
Well, you knew Mundy. I didn't. I thought you might have an insight on it that I didn't. I told Carlotta when Malachite was murdered, and asked her where she was at the time.
I was at a service then. Why do you ask?
A service?
I happen to enjoy services.
I bet I would, too. Why don't you invite me to one?
I wouldn't be allowed to bring an unbeliever.
How do you know I'm an unbeliever?
I doubt you believe in anything.
A man can change. Don't you have a recruitment policy?
I'd rather not talk about religion. It's such a controversial subject.
That is true. That's why we don't talk about religion or politics here. It would only lead to ugly business.
I can't
Indeed.
help but notice that your recurring alibi for the murders is that you were at the Temple of Small Gods.
Everyone needs a little solace now and then.
You seem to need it a lot.
I'm not easily satisfied.
Which god is it that you worship?
I really don't like to discuss religion.
Come on. I only want to know the name.
All right. Her name is Errata, but I don't appreciate you prying into my spiritual affairs like this.
Can I pry into your physical affairs?
My affairs are never just physical.
I bet you say that to all the boys. Tell me about this goddess, Errata.
I already told you, I don't like to talk about religion.
She's not like Om, then.
He's
the god of Omnia.
Is that the place with the Quisition? All the
It
overzealous
is.
holy wars and tortures?
It used to be.
Yes.
They had some kind of reformation, and now they're just overzealous about singing rousing hymns and distributing fundamentalist pamphlets in the street.
Well, that's a kind of
Yeah.
torture all of its own.
Yep.
You're telling me. I got cornered by one of them last week. How do you think I know so much about it? It was 3 hours before I could get them to leave. Thumb screws
Yeah.
would have been quicker, at least.
3 hours.
A note on that. In the movie we watched, Hogfather, one of the constables, along with Nobby, is Constable Visit,
Yep.
whose full name is Visit the Ungodly with Explanatory Pamphlets. He's Omnian.
Ah, okay. So he would talk for 3 hours.
He would. He very well might. I'll go get
Have you
myself
seen
some
anything
dessert. I'll be
strange
right back.
around town recently?
What kind of strange?
A little birdie eater told me that Malachite was killed by something bestial.
A werewolf?
I don't think so. Whatever, it was vicious.
You don't think werewolves are vicious? You should hear my aunts talk about me behind my back.
I think whatever this thing is, it's more powerful than just a werewolf.
I'm gonna get myself a dessert as well. What flavor was this? Ooh, raspberry. Yum, yum. I got 4 different. Four different ones. See you, Senpai. See you Sunday. I also have a Brain Blasters. So I got plenty of sour candy. Because I love it. And now it's just lovely raspberry. Yum, yum, yum. Started thinking of all the all the sour candy that I know that I don't think I've ever tried Warheads. Those are from America. I think some store sells them because they have like a import section for candy. If they have like a really sour Warheads, maybe I should buy one. We have a new pope and he's American. All right.
Do you know anything about the murder of one of the patrician's clerks?
No, I don't.
Do you know anything about the murder of the reader of esoteric occultism?
No.
Have you heard about the recent murder of a rich merchant?
Sorry, Lewton. I'm not an expert on murders, despite what you may think.
I take it you don't know where the golden sword is now.
Of course not. Do you think I wouldn't tell you?
Frankly, my dear, I don't know what to think. There didn't seem much point discussing that with Carlotta. I got a key from Reagan's body. It led me to this. It's empty.
It's empty.
Mean anything to you?
No, nothing.
There's the inside. Woo! Boy.
Now that there are no secrets between us, do you know what this is?
I've no idea. Some sort of coin?
Well, she knew a lot.
Where can I find you?
I'll be around.
That's not very helpful.
What can I say? I go where I want to, with anybody I want. I just happen to be that kind of girl.
This isn't over, Carlotta.
I hope not. We don't have to be enemies, Lewton.
We'll never be friends.
Let's not fight, Lewton. We can work together, recover the sword together.
I don't know who you are anymore.
I'm the same girl I ever was, Lewton. It's you that's changed.
You're telling me.
You know, Lewton, you don't have to work with me. You don't have to say anything, and you don't have to do anything. Not a thing. Oh, Maybe just howl. You know how to howl, don't you, Lewton? You just pull your jaws apart and blow.
After Carlotta had left, I sat alone in the cafe, thinking about my problems. As bad as it seemed, my life was still better than it was a few years ago. Back then, I would have sat alone in the cafe, drinking through my problems.
Well, that's a good thing he isn't drinking through his problems. For this kind of business, you gotta have a sober head.
I need your...
There.
So, tell me about Errata.
Carlotta says she's a follower of Errata. Is that right?
Bah! I am the only true follower of Errata in the whole of Ankh-Morpork. Unless you have seen the light, Lewton.
Seen the light?
Do you believe in the ways of Errata?
How could I not? Surely, Errata is the most worthy of all gods to follow.
Either you've just had a miraculous conversion or you're learning to lie. Good. A useful skill in followers of Errata.
Okay.
I'll have to... The truth is out there.
Trust no one.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
With ice cream.
Carlotta didn't have any information for us, so...
I have some more...
Now I'm just going around asking about Errata.
Can you tell me anything about Errata?
Bah! Maleclipse's deranged goddess. I do not waste my time with such trivialities.
Okay. Didn't expect somebody to call a god or a goddess trivial.
Or deranged.
I couldn't exactly slip the fact that Carlotta was a werewolf into casual conversation.
Why not? You just asking how their day is and how everything's going, and then, oh yeah, did you know Carlotta is a werewolf? Anyway, how's your sex life? You know, casual conversation. By Tommy Wiseau.
I mean, if you were to do that, the second question would definitely be
straight. Is there an
away.
unfortunate mark on my nose?
I heard you were dead.
Perhaps I am. Get me a stiff drink. How about a whiskey?
Don't you want something with it?
All right, put another whiskey in there.
Drinking like that'll kill you.
I'm dead already. You didn't come back here to drink, did you?
I mean, if you do just slip in the fact that somebody's a werewolf and then you go, so how's your sex life? That is the way to do it, because they would be too focused on the second question to acknowledge the first.
Yep. It's just like in the room. That's how he does it.
Oh,
what
man.
do you know about the goddess Errata?
If you asked fewer questions, maybe you'd get more answers. I read that somewhere.
Oh.
Do you know anything about...
Leave me alone.
You wouldn't happen to have heard anything about the murder of one of the patrician's clerks, would you?
No one outside of the palace knows anything. Except the commander of the watch. I heard that the patrician has asked Commander Vimes to come and speak to him about it sometime soon.
Ooh.
Hadn't he already gone to see him?
Hey, what do I know? I'm just a bartender with big ears.
Perhaps he just wants an update on the case.
Whatever.
Apparently one of the wizards up at Unseen University got themselves killed.
That's right. The reader of esoteric accounting or something.
Esoteric occultism, yeah.
Esoteric
I was
accounting.
speaking to Mrs. Foams earlier.
Mrs. Foams?
She's the head chambermaid up at the new hall.
One of the halls of residence?
Yeah, the big one that runs off from the huge library.
What did she have to say?
Just that this wizard had died in mysterious circumstances. Although she sounded like mysterious circumstances are pretty normal up there. It'd be a nice change if someone died in unmysterious circumstances for a change.
Can't be easy working at the university.
You couldn't pay me enough to make me work there.
Oh no? No amount of money would make you work there.
Well, obviously not a huge amount. For enough money, I'd do anything.
Anything.
Well, not involving fish, broccoli, or vinegar.
Huh. Okay. If they made another Discworld game, it would be interesting to play as Vimes, yeah. Or maybe do it like in the style of Sam and Max. You could be like playing as Nobby and you could have anybody else as your partner. Like sometimes you could have Carrot and then Visit or Detritus and even Vimes.
I don't know if Vimes would be interesting to play as he's been very well explored in the books. I think it's more interesting to have... Rincewind is kind of an enigma, because he is always up to something different.
Mm-hmm.
And Lewton is a great first-time character, because the disc has never had a private investigator before.
Yeah.
I would, however, like to see one of the young witches.
Ooh.
Yay. Just because we haven't really explored Lancra that much, and that would be perfect for a fantasy setting, like a more proper fantasy game.
I mean, Discworld has so many opportunities for all kinds of interesting adventure games.
Absolutely.
I hear a prominent merchant has been killed. Heard anything about it?
All I heard was that someone in the Merchants Guild got killed. That's all I know.
Oh. I know where the Merchants Guild is now.
Huh.
That's what that was. So apparently he is the other way of getting the location of Merchants Guild, not just Nobby. Let's go talk to the
Who
Count.
would Sarah like to see this time?
Can I see the Count?
I am not in a position to know how good your vision is, but you may see the Count, which I believe is what Sir actually meant in Sir's untutored way.
Of course.
The Count's health was getting worse. He wasn't making much sense.
Is that you? I knew you'd come for me sooner or later. Is it time?
Oh, he's making sense. He's talking to Death.
It's been such a long time, hasn't it? We've had fun together, haven't we? Soon enough.
Or maybe he's not talking to Death.
Soon enough, my dear. Soon enough.
Count, it's Lewton.
Oh, look.
He cannot hear you.
Why not?
It's almost his time.
I've seen some scary
Nice hourglass
things in
that
my
he's wearing.
time. I've seen men driven mad
Yeah.
by money or women.
Kidding.
I've seen wars where neither side has known what they were fighting over. I've seen Nobby getting out of the shower, and believe me, that was no picnic. I didn't really discover what terror was until I found myself talking to a 7-foot-high skeleton with a scythe. You're Death!
Am I? You know, I wondered why I was carrying the scythe around.
Am I?
Thanks.
Are you what? A selfish, bitter man who has yet to squander his one last chance at redemption?
Am I dead?
No. It's not your time.
I thought you might have missed me the other day when I was stabbed and you've only just got around to me.
I'm famously punctual.
So why are you
There
here?
is that.
I've come out for the count, so to speak.
Oh, well, that's a shame. I was hoping to ask him a few questions.
You seem remarkably calm for one who's just seen the defeater of empires the swallower of oceans, the thief of years, the ultimate reality, the harvester of mankind, and the assassin against whom no lock will hold. That's me, in case you have trouble with long sentences.
It's been that kind of week. How long has he got?
That depends on you.
On me? I thought our time was allocated by the fates.
It is true that fate is the ultimate master of life and death. But even fate takes a back seat to the laws of narrative causality.
I don't understand.
Really? Who said you were supposed to?
You might give me a clue.
Let's just say that the actions of one person may change the way the whole story is told.
I don't understand.
Don't worry. It'll all become clear to you at the end.
Ooh.
Playing as one of the Weird Sisters could be fun, like Magret learning under Granny Weatherwax and Nannyog.
Then there's the whole thing with her marriage to King Varens. That actually might be fun to experience somehow.
Do you think Carrot and what was it, Angua would be a Sam and Max type of a pair to play as?
No, that would be Carrot and Nobby. Definitely. With the roles of who's Max changing every now and then. Because sometimes it is Nobby being the weird pervert. And other times, Carrot, especially when he's among dwarves, is being the odd one. So I think perhaps the best buddy comedy would be from Nobby and Fred Colin.
I mean, it would be just interesting as like different kinds of cases that the City Watch would have to solve. So you would have different different pairs. Nobby and Carrot for one, and then two others for something else, and mix and match.
Have it be Granny and Nanny. Exploring some mystery in Longford, because that's a body comedy if ever I've seen one. Granny being the absolute straight woman and, you know, very certain of herself, and Nanny being the lovable fool.
Yeah.
Who's sure is powerful, but she loves a good joke as much as anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, we've seen Ankh-Morpork in 3 games. It's time to see something else.
True. I mean, this world is not all about Ankh-Morpork. There's more to the world.
Lots more.
How come you're here?
I came on my horse.
Binky.
What is it? A skeletal horse whose hooves spark with flames with each step?
No.
No.
Just my horse. I call him Binky.
And he's not a skeleton?
Nope.
He happens to be very well fed and looked after. Thank you very much.
I still don't understand why you're here. I mean, you're Death. Shouldn't you be everywhere?
I am everywhere.
But you're here.
Yes. As well. Don't try to work it out. Even I don't fully understand it. It involves really complicated numbers.
You turn up like this for everyone?
Generally, I'm only expected to make an actual appearance on special occasions.
And this is a special occasion?
Not yet. I've arrived ahead of time. But there's going to be a lot of business in Ankh-Morpork soon. So it doesn't hurt for me to get here a little early.
A lot of business?
You wouldn't care to tell me more about this, I suppose.
The immediate future is not a matter on which I propose to enlighten you. No.
A Conan the Barbarian game, that might actually make it a hack and slash. That might be fun.
How come I can see you? Is it something to do with me being a werewolf?
In a sense. It has much more to do with certain other matters.
Such as?
Ordinarily, I am only perceived by those who are about to die.
So you are invisible? That must be useful.
I'm not invisible, as such. People just can't see me.
Yep.
They won't allow themselves to do it. Until it's time, of course. Wizards can see me, and cats. Odd, really, but
Witches.
there you go.
But I can see you.
Indeed. People in a state of heightened awareness sometimes stop seeing what they expect to see and start seeing what is really there.
Makes sense.
Like with Gaspode.
Frankly, I think your seeing me has more to do with your quest for the golden sword.
You know
Lord.
about that?
I've been around.
Swear.
I hear things.
Why should the sword be a factor?
Well, it's more to do with narrative causality, as I said.
It's not really a quest. I mean, I'm just investigating a few murders.
Believe me, I know. I was there.
Pixie loves death and the green squeaker. Ah, the death of rats.
Yep.
Would you be
And
surprised?
narrative-
Would you be surprised if I said that we are actually going to meet the death of rats in this game?
Not really, no.
At least I
Whenever
remember.
death is
seeing.
around. I mean, whenever death is around, it's a good chance that you're going to see the death of rats as well, because they are closely linked. And the whole thing about narrative causality is mentioned in at least 2 books, one of which is one of my favorites, which is Abroad.
I wonder what he's going to say about it.
You mentioned narrative causality before.
Did I? I must be becoming careless.
Why? Aren't you allowed to discuss it?
It's not exactly against the rules, but it might ruin it if I told you.
Ruin what?
The story.
Yeah, the story that you're living in right now.
Yep.
Alright, first off, I want to ask about the Rata.
Have you heard of the goddess Errata?
Eh? A goddess? Yes. Yes, she was. I always liked your mother. That's why I married her.
He really is going, isn't he?
He is.
Is he...
Dead? No. You'll know when he dies.
How?
I will swing my scythe.
Do you have to do that?
No. But when I appear in person, I am required to separate the soul from its body.
Why?
It has symbolic value.
Do you know Errata?
The goddess of misunderstandings. Yes.
What's she like?
Chaotic and confusing. But she has a certain sense of justice, I think.
Justice?
All the gods are sentimentalists at heart. Of course, I never let that sort of thing get in my way.
Of course.
No.
Do you know anything about golden swords?
I've seen a couple in my time.
Such as?
Oh, I don't know. If you've seen one golden sword, you've seen them all.
What do you know about a dwarf named Alkali?
I haven't met them. Yet.
I knew he'd say that.
Do you know anything about the counterweight killings?
Of course.
You were there?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
I have to be. But this is very irregular.
Of course. You know about all these murders, don't you? I mean, you're basically an accessory after the fact. Or possibly before the fact.
Young man, I am the fact.
Uh-huh.
Well, tell me everything you know.
Are you sure? It would take millions of years.
I meant about this case. We could stop anyone else from being killed.
No. Absolutely not. You can't expect me to be a witness in a murder inquiry. I'm going to take the fifth.
The fifth what?
No one ever says what fifth. They just take it.
No, they plead the
I'll have
fifth.
the 6th, 7th, and 15th through 23rd, just to be on the safe side.
So you won't tell me anything?
Oh, lots of things. I like to talk to a man who likes to talk.
But you won't tell me anything about the murders?
I will not. Supposing that caught on. You think I want to spend every day in a witness box?
Even though Death said he wouldn't tell me anything, I had a suspicion that I might be able to learn something if I could just strip him up. I'd have to be careful, though. The last thing I wanted was to get Death upset with me. He's not a guy you want as your enemy.
No,
Can't you just
absolutely
tell
not.
me who killed Mundy?
I won't squeal, copper. No one will ever say that Death is a pigeon on a stool, you doity...
Flatfoot?
doity rodent of some sort.
Rat.
I say, this is fun, isn't it?
Nice to see him having fun.
There must be
Death.
something
He's
you
gotta have
can
fun
tell me
somehow.
about Reagan's murder.
What would be the point of your job if I did all your work for you?
I'll make you a deal. You help me, and I'll help you.
Oh yes, that'd do my reputation good, wouldn't it? You sidling up to people and saying, "Hey, sister, you're deader than a bucket of fish." No thank you.
Okay. I was only trying to be friendly.
I don't have many friends. Don't have the knack, I suppose.
You and me both, pal.
Still, we both have jobs that allow us to get out and meet people.
You can at least tell me why the murderer killed Reagan, Mundy, and Malachite. Surely that wouldn't be a problem.
Look, if I tell you about him, where does it stop? No. I will tell you nothing.
I think it's too late for that.
Bugger. I don't suppose you could forget I said that.
Sure. Thanks for eliminating half of my suspects. So, the murderer was male. Well, that put Carlotta and Sapphire in the clear.
All right. So we did trip him up a little bit.
It seems a woman that I've been involved with is a werewolf.
Indeed.
Her name's Carlotta. She's the mistress of the house, I guess.
Carlotta, Yes, of course she is. Couldn't be part of the von Uberwalds if she wasn't,
Probably
You'd
not.
be a werewolf, too, if you married her.
The von Uberwalds are all werewolves.
Really? How do you know that?
How do I know that, eh? How could I not know that? I was married myself, you know. Do you remember my wife?
Yes.
No.
Before your time,
No one was before my time.
He's not talking to you, Death.
But hey, Death just wants to be involved with the conversation.
He does.
And he's great at it.
Do you know a troll by
Well.
the name of Jasper Horst?
I haven't met them. Yet.
I think the murderer I'm looking for is some kind of beast.
No doubt you will find out soon enough.
Is there anything you'd like to tell me about the murder of the patrician's clerk?
Only that he was a lot less tiresome than you and didn't have such a colorful vocabulary.
Wizards can see you, right?
Indeed.
So they know when they're going to die.
That is also true.
So the reader of esoteric occultism must have known he was about to be murdered.
Knowing when you are going to die and knowing how are two different things.
Nice. Okay.
Where did the merchant get killed?
I'm not saying anything and you can't make me.
Perhaps if I could get some information out of the gatekeeper at the Merchant's Guild, I might stand a chance of getting something out of death. Well, goodbye. I'm sure we'll meet again.
Oh, you can be certain of it. Incidentally, I rather like your hard-boiled monologues.
You do?
Oh, yes. And of course, the way you can actually think out of the corner of your mouth. Very impressive.
I didn't know I was doing it.
Oh, yes. Take that, you doity rat. Wonderful stuff. Very entertaining. You know, sometimes I've wondered if I should take the scythe around in a violin case. It would certainly add to the atmosphere of menace and uncertainty.
Really?
Of course, I don't play the violin. And I can't talk out of the corners of my mouth.
Doesn't have
It's a
any.
great shame.
Alright. So, once we get some information from the Merchant Guild's doorman, we can talk to Deathmore. There's a doggy on the left.
Mind if I ask some more questions?
As long as they're not about the incident, be my guest.
There's a doggy. Right there.
Yeah.
Hard to see, but there it is.
I had a feeling that the envelope...
How can we get some information out of him? Hey, Targor.
Hey, Targor.
Are you in Greece? Business or pleasure?
Or both.
Pleasure. Tell us if you meet Specky.
Do you know a troll by the name of Jasper Horst?
No one I know.
There's talk of a bestial attacker loose in Ankh-Morpork. I was wondering if it might have killed that merchant.
Wonder away. But I'm not discussing the incident with you.
Damn.
Is he in Rhodes? No, I think he's closer to Athens, so... Not gonna meet with the... Specky then.
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
I don't know anything about that.
What do you know about the murder of Mount Malachite?
I can't help you there.
Do you know anything about Reagan's murder?
I can't help you there.
Can you think of any reason that Monday...
I can't.
I'll help you there.
What do you know of...
No one I know.
What do you know...
No.
Do you know a woman...
No one.
No one I know, no one I know.
I didn't want... This was clear...
Really don't know what to ask him, or what to do with him.
Do you reckon?
At the moment, I've gone blank as well.
I am completely
Currently-
blank.
Well, goodbye
Currently,
for
I'm just
now.
sitting here and my brain is going. That's about all that's happening.
I've asked all the topics, and I don't really have anything in my inventory to help out. So, who could we go to get some information that we could ask from that guy? There aren't that many people around, and pretty much I've talked with everybody already. Must be something that we're missing.
Yes.
I don't even know what to do with the letter. I mean, that could be an opener for something. Like, who do we even show it? Any ideas?
Not really.
Should we look up some hints?
I'm trying, but I don't know where to start because I think we've done things out of order.
Yeah, usually it goes with this game. Because how do you even know how to do things in order?
Yeah, that's it. So we followed along with the trail and found something. Is there something else we can find based on what smells we have available?
Hey, crowbar.
My old trusty crowbar, stolen by me from the golem, then stolen from me by the watch, stolen by Nobby from the evidence cabinet, and finally back into my hands again. There was a poetic injustice about it all.
I'd say.
A poetic injustice.
Yep. Alright. So now we officially have the crowbar back. Instead of being a playtester or a hacker. Where could we use?
Around the door was a strong, dark cyan odor with an earthy overtone.
I think we had a dark cyan before, so that's a new smell.
There was a faint haze of purple in the room.
Ah, Carlotta. So Carlotta is a purple haze. Magenta with Octarine is the killer. So the killer is a completely different person.
The maroon scent wasn't recent. It suggested the tangy red of iron.
Iron? Oh, Mundy.
No, it's Bundy is the dark blue.
Oh.
Around his corpse.
Just popped up and I read it wrong, apparently.
Yeah, it was hovering over the Bundy. So it shows what's underneath. Alright. And I am assuming this is gonna be Nobby.
The cloud of teal-colored scent was the smell of tobacco and petty theft. Definitely Nobby.
Yeah, that's Nobby.
Tobacco and guilt, and now tobacco and petty theft.
Sounds about right.
Nobby's odor was like no other scent on the disc.
Makes you really wonder what the other smells are. Like, how many people have been in here?
One of them must be Alkali.
Yeah.
He was in there earlier.
We have had Carlotta, Alkali, and Nobby visit the office. So there's... And there was a fourth smell.
Yeah.
Well, there wouldn't be any reason for the killer to be in the office. The killer only goes to places where they intend to kill somebody. Couldn't turn it into a werewolf in front of the Ankh. I'm trying to think of places that are where we... Can we turn into a werewolf here? There's the blue mist, which is definitely Rodan.
There was a blue mist around the statue Rodan had been working on.
Let's add that. And there's
the place
Malachite.
where Malachite had been perched smelled of a deep, earthy brown.
And we got that smell already, right there.
I'd found a matching scent.
So now we have the scent of Rodan.
There was still no sign of Horst in his quarters. He could be anywhere.
It would be nice to get in there so we could get Al-Khali's scent.
Yeah.
Also, where is the sword we stole? We got stabbed by it and the killer took it. I thought there was some spot where we do this, that I could follow the stench.
Ooh.
The magenta trail led to the site of my murder. I guess it must be the murderer's trail.
I guess it's on a later point when we can follow the smell. Because I think that's the way we get to an area where we will meet the Green Squeaker.
Oh.
Who would Sir like to see this time?
Death. I mean, count.
Can I see the Count?
I am not in a position.
Still here, I see.
In a sense.
I don't suppose you know anything about mosses.
Moss? Did you say moss plants? Yes, lots of plants here. Can't remember much about them these days. The memory fails. There are books, though. I forget where. Ah, yes, the library's Apocrypha. All the books are there, you know?
May I use the library?
Eh? What was that, my boy? The library. Ah, yes. The library's Apocrypha. All the books are there, you know? You can use it if it will help your inquiries. How go your inquiries? Have you heard from Reagan?
Oh boy.
No, not yet.
This room contains the von Uberwald's Libraris Apocrypha. So will, I trust, be careful not to damage any of the priceless tomes housed within.
I'll be careful.
One would be very upset if one was to return to find, sir, perhaps folding paper animals from a priceless folio edition of the Dictionary of Eye-Watering Words.
The what now?
What are they?
They are books, sir.
I realize that. What are they about?
The Libraris Apocrypha is a collection of obscurities and rare volumes from across the continent. If knowledge were an animal, the Libraris would be a great dragon. Sir, by the same scale, would be a kebab on an ant's barbecue.
I'll be careful.
Alright. We're in the library. Beat the game a few times, just a bit fuzzy on the details these days. Yeah, the last time I played all these Discworld games was like 4 years ago, so I don't remember much about this. Even though I played this back in the day, my friend bought this game, and we played it together. My first Discworld game was this.
The library was the von Uberwald's collection of obscurities. Perhaps I could turn it to my advantage.
What are you doing there, Lewton? What is this animation? What is this animation?
No, look away.
The books were all neatly indexed by a vast series of cards in a wooden case. It looked like the von Uberwalds were using an ancient version of Hui's octal system.
Hui's octal
It was
system.
complicated, but I reckoned I could at least use it to find out what books they had on a particular subject, and then wander around until I saw a bookshelf with the right number on it.
Sounds about right.
I could mess up the filing system, I suppose, if I wanted the butler to eviscerate me with sarcasm the next time I saw him. A far better plan would be to use the index to look up a book on a particular subject.
Yes.
I mean, doesn't he already do that anyways? Eviscerate you with sarcasm?
Although I appeared to be alone, I found it hard to believe I wasn't being watched. I wouldn't trust me with all those valuable books, and the butler certainly didn't. The library... I leafed through a copy of Laws and Ordinances of the cities of Ankh and Morpork. Fascinating stuff. I learned that there was a law that made it a crime to walk ducks across the Brass Bridge. You had to wonder why it was necessary to pass a law like that. My hand fell upon the Dictionary of Eye-Watering Words. It lived up to its name.
So his eyes started watering. Got it. I can only wonder what kind of words they are. Play 2 first, then 1, then Noir. Think 2 and Noir are equally the best, but if I had to pick one, I'd pick Noir. I think I would go with 2. I think my favorite is 2. I like all the games pretty much equally, but 2 is the best one. What do you think, Isalta, of the Discworld games?
I like all 3 in various ways, and I think from a purely, novel standpoint, 3 is the best because it deals with something we haven't seen before. The whole kind of love letter to a noir genre and noir detectives has not been explored in any of the Discworld books, but I think from a purely fan level, I enjoy 2 more.
Yeah.
Not by much, though. It's very close.
That animation is so weird.
The books were all neatly indexed by a vast series of cards in a wooden case. It looked like the von Uberwalds were using an ancient... It was complicated, but I reckoned I could at least use it to find out what books...
So, do I use the moss on it or something to look for plants? Yep.
I found a copy of Orange Crates on the Nature
Orange
of Plants.
Crates.
The book was a tediously detailed study of the plant kingdom, and one of the most boring things I've ever read. But I found the moss in there. Apparently it was a lycanthrope, a type of animate moss with crude locomotion, found only in the worst sewers in the most decrepit urban areas.
Hey, sewers.
Apparently the lycanthrope looked like harmless moss until something to eat walked by. Then they transformed into a deadly lichen and devoured their prey, at least as long as it was small enough. Otherwise, they just clung on for dear life.
Can we look up information about other stuff? I wonder.
You want to hear something fun that Ratchet told about the folklore of Discworld?
Okay.
Because he has annotated a lot of the Discworld universe with where stuff is from and what it means and what it references in our mythologies.
Mm-hmm.
And in the introduction to the book, he says that he met Jacqueline Simpson, who has been my friend and occasional consultant on matters of folklore, and once got me along to talk to the British Folklore Society, where I probably upset a few people by saying that I think of folklore in much the same way a carpenter thinks about trees. So basically, what can I make out of this stuff?
Yep. Alright, let's look up a book of errata.
The only literature I could find on errata in the library was a leaflet published by Malaclips,
Of course.
who gave his permanent address as the only really holy corner of the Temple of Small Gods.
So there really is no information except Malaclips about errata. It makes sense.
It kind of makes sense.
Yeah. What else could we look up, if anything? Anything about Al-Khali? Probably gonna find about the city.
Yeah,
There was
which
nothing
would be
about
helpful.
Al-Khali himself, but there was a copy of Frescoes and Fatal Traps of the Temples of Al-Khali, which was less than enlightening. I wondered if I was ever going to find out the origin of his name. But then I read the line, "The city of Al-Khali is also known for its wind, blowing from the vastness of the deserts and continents nearer the rim. A gentle yet persistent breeze. It carries aromatic messages from the heart of the continent, compounded of the chill of the deserts, the stink of lions, the compost of jungles, and the flatulence of wildebeest." Well, it was a working theory, at least. I didn't really know how to look that up in the library.
I mean, you could have looked up, like, ritual killings or something?
Yeah, ritual murders.
I wonder if there's anything about lycanthropy.
I didn't really
Werewolfism.
know how to...
Alright.
Werewolfism.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't really...
No.
Would it be nice if it was a book about trolls in general?
I didn't really...
No, it's too recent to be looking up from books. Thanks, Veritansi. Alright, Golden Sword.
Finding a book on swords wasn't as difficult as I thought. I even found a tome on gold blades. 1001 Golden Swords, the complete story of gold swords throughout history. Unfortunately, it wasn't very helpful.
So many swords.
All of them are gold.
Now let's see the jewel.
None of the books on jewels or antiquities I could find said anything about a gold-plated jewel. I couldn't write off the possibility that there was something in the library that I hadn't managed to find, though. If I knew what it was called, it'd be easier.
So there must be somebody that we can ask about the jewel, and he'll tell us what it is, and then we can look up the information.
Must be.
There really isn't anything else to look up from here. Can we look at the coin? Alright. Maybe we can find something.
Whatever the coin was, I couldn't find anything about it here.
Oh.
You just said.
Anything about the letter?
I didn't really know.
Well, the sewers is the next place that we're gonna go to, since it just opened.
Yeah.
Wherever it is. I don't see any sewers around here.
Probably the mausoleum. Or from somewhere in the in Rodin's shop. Maybe. No.
Maybe we need to ask somebody about the sewers. Let's go ask the one that might know about it. Hey, Nubby, you still living there?
Just thought we could have a little chat.
Oh, all right then. Make it quick.
Did you know there are sewers under Ankh-Morpork?
Yeah, I heard that. But they're underwater, except during a drought. Why do you ask?
Never mind.
I guess we should have looked in the book.
Who would say like...
The library.
I'd like to use the library again.
Very well. I will show, sir, the way, since it seems the labyrinthine corridors of this vast edifice are beyond sir's meager navigational skills.
I really enjoy the way he speaks. So eloquent of dissing you.
He's a fun character. Sewers.
I checked through the library and found some ancient plans of the city of Ankh. There was an intricate sewer system beneath the city. It must be thousands of years old. It would be in quite a state if it was still around, and as far as I could tell, it would be under the waterline if there wasn't a drought on. Given the rains that we'd had recently, I could only find one section of sewer that might be above water. There was a shallow sewer running from the Magdalen Bridge around the rimward side of the Royal Winter Palace of the Kings of Ankh, now the home of the patrician. I guess the designers weren't allowed to put sewers under the palace grounds, which might have been why the Royal Summer Palace of the Kings of Ankh was a long way from Ankh-Morpork. That and the stench of the river Ankh, anyway.
Most likely.
Uh-huh.
River doesn't stink as much in the winter. Sewer level.
There it is.
Yours.
I can feel the stench.
The ancient civic plans from the library led me straight to the sewer's entrance, not far from the Magdalen Bridge. A relatively small tunnel was concealed beneath a pile of debris that must have accumulated over the centuries. It looked as if most of the tunnels here were actually still above the water line, or the sludge line, to be more honest about it. I wasn't even sure it really was water. I didn't want to root around in the water.
Let's take a look around. Why do I feel like I'm in the Blade Runner video game? Running through the sewers and just try to escape from people.
Good question.
Oh boy. It's gonna be a labyrinth, isn't it? Ah.
You're asking me.
The smell of the Ankh was unbearably strong in the sewer, and it was all I could do to remain conscious. The smell of...
Nothing but Ankh smell around here. Aha!
The trail that I had seen in the cemetery seemed to continue down in the sewers, starting at one of the pipes and disappearing into the passageways. It was almost drowned out by the smell of the Ankh, though. The trail that I... It was...
Comes from a pipe. Must be a small person. If they fit through a freaking pipe to get down here.
Definitely the same scent.
So we go here. I wonder what's in here. Ah. Every wrong way leads back to here.
Every sewer leads to Rome, or something.
Or something like that, yeah. Huh. Why are we back here?
Good question.
The trail that I had seen in the cemetery seemed to continue down in the sewers. It was all...
I had to double click on the scent itself.
Ew.
The lair was concealed in one of the sewer's many niches.
A lair to what? Ah.
Good question.
There was all manner of debris piled up inside the niche. It looked like some kind of nest. I was strongly reminded of what I'd found in the Milka's cargo hold, only this nest seemed bigger somehow.
So the werewolf had come here on the Milka. And there's the moss that's growing here. So we definitely have found the werewolf nest. Oh.
Amongst the garbage was some kind of pendant. The metal of the pendant glinted amongst the debris.
Ooh.
As I stood in the alcove examining the pendant, I felt as if I wasn't alone. It was the same presence I'd felt in the Milka's hold. I could feel the cold touch of death upon me.
Here he comes.
It was a strangely light touch.
There he is. The Grim Squeaker.
Size obviously isn't important, I agree. You are Death, right? Rats have their own death? No offense, I mean, you're very, very intimidating. For a skeletal rat, at least.
And yes, we can talk to him. The Grim Squeaker.
So, do you come here often? I'm sorry, it's not easy to think of things to say to something like you. Well, it's not often I find myself in the sewers talking to a... What are you exactly? Exactly.
What are you exactly? Exactly.
So what's your connection to the big guy? You're sort of like relatives then. You probably get together for birthdays and Hogwatch night. I'd like to see that. If you don't mind
I
me
actually
asking,
think they could.
were you on the Milka before?
Oh,
sorry.
That's fine.
I thought so. What were you doing on the Milka? Uh-huh. No, please. Go on. Did you see anything? Well, I don't know. Anything unusual? Anything else? Yeah, I saw that. And that's here. This is its lair. It can't be very big. That's not very comforting. But I guess that's not your job. But comfort, I mean. I wasn't suggesting you weren't good at your job. I've never looked at it that way before. I couldn't believe it. I was talking to a phantasmal rodent. I hoped he couldn't read my thoughts. He seems easily offended.
So, were you gonna say something about Death and Grim Squeaker?
Probably, I don't remember what.
I just rudely interrupted you.
Yeah, I remember now. I think they get together more often than just holidays and birthdays.
Ooh. I mean, I would
Possibly.
think so. That would make sense. They're both death, just different kind of death.
Exactly. Also, I saw you got a gift card for a bookstore.
Yep.
So
I have it here.
Let me know if you want. Let me know if you want help on picking out the books. If you can get any Discworld books.
I actually went to the store, their online store, to check out on what books they have for Terry Pratchett, especially the English versions. And they have plenty of books, especially many of the first ones, like... let me see. I found...
Probably
I still have...
Magic.
I still have the Discworld reading order guide. So there was Color of Magic, they had Guards, they had Mort. What else did they have? I think they had one of the... I'm just looking at the names here, trying to remember what I saw. I think they had Going Postal.
All right.
There weren't that many, but plenty still. Like Reaperman, I think they had Hogfather, probably Small Gods. I think that's all they had in English.
All right.
So lots of the starter books.
I think of those, you would definitely enjoy Reaperman and possibly Small Gods.
I'm just gonna go to the store again and check. Terry Pratchett. All right. Let's see. Oh, it still remembers what I put in the cart.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah, they have lots of his books.
Cool.
Malevolent 7, High Voltage, Going Postal, The Truth, I Shall Wear Midnight, We Free Men, Truckers, The Link of the Screen, Only You Can Save
Truckers is a
Mankind.
different one. That's not Discworld.
Soul Music.
Soul Music is a good one.
And there's Mort. There's Hogfather.
Mort is another interesting one.
Thief of Time. His Monstrous Regiment.
Oh yes, that's actually another one of my favorites.
And there's Reaper Man, Tales of Wizards and Dragons. Oh, they do have movie pictures as well. As in the clickies.
Moving Pictures is one I've only read and heard a couple of times. It's not one of my top favorites. But I would say, as Bannekin says, read them in recommended order, yes, but get one or two at first and see if the style is for you. And if you like it, before you start actually digging into it. Because if you do like it, you're going to love all of them.
And there's Guards and Color of Magic. So yeah, they actually do have... There's Weird Sisters as well. So they have plenty. Fifth
Good
Elephant.
Omens is another great one. The Unadulterated Cat, is that Pratchett or is that Neil Gaiman? I don't know.
Witches Abroad.
Hey.
Hey, Opa.
Yeah, Witches Abroad. Witches Abroad is one of my favorites.
Lords and Ladies, Carpe Jugulum, Masquerade, Equal Rights. And they have plenty of Discworld books here. Thud.
Yeah.
Snuff, Night Watch, Men at Arms, Jingo.
I think of all the Watch books, Thud is the one I remember the least about because it was an odd narrative to me. Kind of.
Unseen Academicals, Sorcery, Light Fantastic, Last
Unseen
Continent, Interesting Times. I mean, they pretty much have all of them here.
Sounds like it.
And there's Good Omens right there.
Unseen Academicals is one of the few times I've actually been interested in football. Because it's specifically how Pratchett describes British football. Like with the whole hooliganism and the kind of mentality that means that a British football crowd becomes one unit instead of a lot of individuals.
Yeah. You know what else I found here that they have?
What?
Globe, Judgment Day, and Darwin's Watch, the Science of Discworld books.
Oh.
I don't see
I haven't read any of those.
I don't see the first one, which is just Science of Discworld. I don't see it here. Well, maybe they do have it. Just missed it. But yeah, they do have plenty.
The only two I have outside of the main series is Folklore and the Wit and Wisdom.
I just had to check what did I put in the cart. I have Color of Magic, Guards, and Mort.
I would probably discard Call of Magic. Wait with that until you know if you like the world and the style, because you can definitely tell that it's some of the first that he wrote. That he isn't. It seems like he's not taking anything seriously, not even his own creations. It's a fine book, and so is The Light Fantastic, which is the direct sequel. But the writing style and the narrative is not as deeply involved, I would say, as the later books, where you definitely feel like this is a universe that means something.
Since I have the reading order guide, I just noticed that it says that according to the author, you should start here, which is sorcery. Then skip a Color of Magic and Light Fantastic and go straight to sorcery.
Oh. I don't know. Sorcery is a little special as well. I would say if you were to start somewhere, Equal Rights is not a bad place to start. Gods is not a bad place to start, and either Pyramids or Small Gods, depending on what you find interesting. Those are kind of standalone-ish, even though they're connected.
I think I would actually get at least Guards, and Mort. And maybe Equal Rights. So at least those three.
Equal Rights is interesting because that's the first time we meet Granny Weatherwax, and it deals with the whole idea of a woman who's normally seen as, if they're magical, they're a witch, but she wants to be a wizard. Not Granny, the girl, Escarina Smith. But Maud is a good place. Maud is a good one to start with. It's the introduction of death as a, larger character. It's the beginning, sort of Susan, because you meet her mother and father. Maud is her father, by the way. And it has one of my favorite descriptions of a person. You know how... The idea is, if you imagine in your head a 15 or 16-year-old teenage boy, you have that kind of vivid idea of how they look, right?
Yeah.
Pratchett says in Mort that Mort, because he is kind of that age, I think, or at least he's kind of that gangly type, that he looks to have been built exclusively out of knees. Because it's such a great, vivid picture, because everything is like bumpy and in the wrong shape. It's just, that is basically a lanky teenager. I've always loved that. He looked to have been built out of knees.
What a way to describe a person.
Yeah.
At least now I have the idea of getting at least guards, Mort, and the rights.
Yeah.
Those
Equal
three.
rights.
Equal
I would say,
rights.
if you get those three, start reading Gods, because you know kind of that narrative from the first game.
Yeah.
So that will feel familiar, and you'll get a sense of the rest of how Pratchett wrote. And then choose whichever one after that. I would probably go with Mort, just because you know death a little better than you know the witches. Yeah. You mentioned Truckers as well. Truckers is his... Oh god, is it Truckers... what is it? Truckers, Diggers, Flyers? Something like that? It's 3 books about gnomes, which I've read in Danish. That was the very first Pratchett book I read. And it has a great description of one of the characters not only being able to write... not only being able to read, but also remember what she reads. Which is another great description. Like, not only can she read, but she can remember.
And also Pixie says carpet people too.
Oh, carpet people is one of the few Pratchett things I haven't actually engaged with in any way. I haven't been able to find it anywhere.
Shame.
Yeah.
Shall we ask the Grim Squeaker about the death of rats?
Absolutely.
So, what's it like being the death of rats?
Squeak. Whoa! Squeak, squeak, squeak. No, he's got a story to tell.
Oh.
You don't get to talk much, do you?
No.
What a punchline.
Yeah. As Pixie says, there's cartoon movies of Soul Music and Weird Sisters. Yeah. I've seen Weird Sisters. That's actually a good one. I haven't seen Soul Music yet, but I will.
Can you help me find a jewel? Sorry, I forgot. You're a busy entity. Do you know any gods? Know any human gods? Oh, be pedantic, why don't you?
I'll quickly dash to the bathroom and then I'll be back.
All right.
Can you think of any reason that Mundy might have been hung upside down before he was killed?
I'll take that squeak as a no.
What do you know about a woman named Carlotta?
That squeak is nothing.
What do you know about a dwarf named Alkali? Do you know a woman named Ilsa or a man named Two Conquers? Do you know anything about the counterweight killings? Well, no, it's not the rats that are being murdered. That's fair enough, I suppose. I'll be sure to come to you the first time I'm investigating a serial rat killer. Wee Mad Arthur? He's not a serial killer, he's an exterminator. Well, fair point, I suppose.
Well, when you think about it, an exterminator is a serial rat killer.
Do you know what? Well, that's Wee Mad Arthur. Well,
Wee Mad Arthur. Love the cartoons. The style is very similar to the second game, possibly some of the same artist. I've never seen them. I should watch them, just out of curiosity.
do you know anything about Reagan's murder? What do you know about the murder of Mount Malachite?
Yeah, then I think he wouldn't know anything about anything.
I couldn't exactly slip the fact that Carlotta...
Well, it's not really a casual conversation when you're talking to the Grim Squeaker.
Do you know a troll by the name of Jasper Horst? Do you think there's a connection between the creature who made these nests and the beast that killed Malachite and the beast that killed me? Can't you give me a little help? No, I understand. Professional ethics and all.
Just like that. Won't talk.
Do you know anything about the murder? Well, can you at least give me a hint? I see. Do you know anything about the murder of the reader of esoteric occultism? Have you heard about the recent murder of a rich merchant? I'm trying to find a golden sword. Can you help? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the last time I saw it, when it was sticking out of my ribs.
So the proper answer is that no, you haven't seen it? Other than us getting stabbed with it? Got it.
I found this in the nest. Do you know anything about it? It was on the Milka, so this thing brought it here for some reason. I could really use some help, you know. Oh, forget I asked. I had a feeling that... I really did... Tempting as it was. I suppressed the urge. I was broke, sure, but I wasn't that desperate.
That would be interesting. Ask money from the Grim Squeaker. Like, hey, you got any pennies I could use? Well, it's time to say goodbye to the Grim Squeaker. Nothing else to talk with him about.
Well, it was nice meeting you. I have to get going. It's not like that. I have a lot of work.
All right.
You too, huh? Whatever it was 6 inches high, robed in black, and wielding a small scythe in one skeletal paw. I really needed to lay off the booze.
You haven't even been drinking. So he didn't know much about anything some things he would have talked about, but it's like death won't say anything about it. And when I asked about the golden sword, he said the last time he had seen it was in Lewton's ribs. And when I asked him about the counterweight killings, apparently Monsieur Squeaker here was asking about serial rat killings, and Lewton promised that he would be on the case if there's anything like that. And apparently, Grim Squeaker here wants him to go after Wee Mad Arthur.
Oh no! Not Wee Mad Arthur.
Who's an exterminator, which makes sense because he is kind of a serial rat killer.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see what your reaction would be to Wee Mad Arthur.
I remember him. But I can't remember from which book right now.
How it got there was anyone's guess.
Yep. This is definitely the place.
The magenta scent permeated the niche, stronger even than the smell of the Ankh. There weren't many times in life you got to say that.
Now where to? There's another niche.
There were far
I
too many
remember
niches
Wee Mad
for me
Arthur
to
being a
search by hand.
feegle.
It would take forever. Empty.
Yeah.
I wonder who thought it was a good idea to have the camera sway like that.
I don't know. I think they kind of try to emulate it, that when you're like some kind of a monster or just an animal, you kind of like you keep moving all the time. Like in many animations that you see when there's a werewolf, they're like constantly breathing heavily and all that. It's like, it is ridiculous. I mean, when you're in the werewolf mode, it's really annoying.
It didn't work out.
No.
I bet they saw that going differently.
Just to me, that werewolf mode has always been the most annoying part of the game, because I can't stand the constant swaying. Feet of Clay.
Yeah. Oh,
So-
yes.
So those are the books with the Wee Mad Arthur.
Yeah. He's part of the Watch. He's one of the few Nakmak Feegle who's actually has a job, so to speak.
Ah. Up and down movement would be more reasonable than side to side.
Who would say like to see this?
But still, it would be annoying. That constant moving is just
I'd like.
Very well.
not fun to look at. I mean, side to side, it does make you feel like you're on a boat, so I'm sure that for many people that gave motion sickness.
Probably.
I mean, bobbing up and down would do the same. It would still be really annoying.
Is it? There was a quote about the
There were
Nakmak Feegle
books
that I
on
wanted to find.
jewelry, but I couldn't find the pendant in any of them. I did get the idea that the design of the pendant might match something else, though.
Who would?
Can I see?
I am not in.
Still here, I see.
In a sense.
Let's see what the Count has to say about the pendant.
Do you recognize this pendant?
I'd better not discuss that with you.
Why not?
Hey, why not what? Hey, speak up, man. Speak up.
Sorry, Count. Do you recognize this pendant?
Familiar. I've seen it before.
Oh?
Did I play with it as a child?
He's of no help.
Why is it
No.
that I can remember my childhood hundreds of years ago, but I cannot remember what we were talking about?
Because
The pendant.
you're losing your
You
mind.
recognized it.
Yes. Yes.
And dying.
I know that pendant from somewhere. Perhaps if you give me some time to think about it.
Don't take too long.
Did you say something?
No, I didn't say anything.
Ooh, he's hearing death already. That means he's close.
Yeah.
Well, goodbye. I'm sure we'll meet again.
Oh, you can be certain of it.
Makes me wonder, how old is the Count? Like, he did say hundreds of years, and being a werewolf, he might be like 300 or 400 years old.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that comes with the curse of a werewolf. You live a very long time.
Yep.
But eventually age will still catch up to you. Always, the first one I should go ask about these things.
I need your help.
They...
Do you recognize this pendant?
It is an ambiguous Puzuma talisman.
What does it do?
It keeps away ambiguous Puzumas.
Does it work?
I don't see any Puzumas around here, do you?
I walked right into that, didn't I?
I got a feeling that had nothing to do with Puzumas.
The ambiguous Pursuit is my favorite description of an animal, because it's the one that dies of acute ankle failure, running after females that aren't there because it doesn't know how fast it's going and who it is at the same time, because of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle.
Acute ankle.
Yeah. Alright, I'll flint the code again.
Freaking ankle breaking kills them.
Yep.
That is so sad. And funny at the same time.
The fastest animal on the disc is the extremely neurotic ambiguous Pursumer, which moves so fast that it can actually achieve near light speed in the disc's magical field. This means that if you can see a Pursumer, it isn't there. Most male Pursumas die young of acute ankle failure caused by running very fast after females which aren't there, and of course achieving suicidal mass in accordance with relativistic theory. The rest of them die of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, since it's impossible for them to know who they are and where they are at the same time. And the seesawing loss of concentration this engenders means that a Pursumer only achieves a sense of identity when it's at rest, usually about 50 feet into the rubble of whatever remains of that mountain it just ran into at near light speed.
Alright.
It has a checker flag for when you finish a race of some kind. That's its code. It's checker marked like that.
Of course.
It's the best, and because anthropologists or zoologists from the disc hasn't seen one alive, really. They don't know what it looks like, but they found all the remains which are scattered into mountains, so they think it's extremely long, flat, and extremely dead. It's fun.
I have some more questions.
Ask them, if you must.
Does this pendant mean anything to you?
It is interesting, isn't it? I don't suppose you could be persuaded to donate it to the cult of Anu Anu.
I doubt it.
A shame. That would probably be worth 20% of your recommended daily intake of salvation.
20% of daily intake of salvation. Yeah, that's how it works. I only get a certain amount of salvation every day, I see. Who could we go and ask about the pendant?
Mind if I ask some more questions?
As long as they're not about the incident. Be my guest.
Maybe they will be.
Does this mean anything to you?
I don't know anything about that.
I have...
Oh, by the way, I found the bit about the Nakmak Fecal that I wanted to share.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine these little, blue, very kind of Scottish, extremely strong beings. They're about 15 centimeters high, so not that high, really.
Yeah.
And somebody says that they steal cows. And then Nanny testifies, one under each hoof. I've seen him do it. You see a cow standing in a field, minding its own business. Next minute, the grass is rustling. Some little bucker shouts, hop, hop, hop. And the poor beast is going vroom without its legs moving. Backwards sometimes. Fecal are great.
Hey, some.
Hey, some. Sumo, if we're to believe everyone else.
Yeah, that's what I called the sum at first. Sumo. Sumo Folnix.
Yep.
It always looks... Just a few more questions, if you wouldn't mind.
I wonder if they know anything about Errata. Probably not.
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
That might just work.
It may to be of much sureness.
Huh?
Never mind.
Well, I think they believe in her because they were so confusing right now with those answers.
Yeah, but...
Do either of you recognize this?
Is of much familiarness.
From where?
Near sort being somewhere near. Ah, yesness.
Yesness.
Seal on temple in Alkali.
It's the seal on the doors of a temple?
May I see?
Sure. Why not?
Ah, yes. I recognize that. That's from the temple with the intricate door locking mechanism, isn't it? Quite a marvel of technology for the era it was built, those doors. I was very impressed with them. Now, what was the name of the god it was dedicated to? I can't quite remember.
I know.
I am sure you do.
I know.
Give me a moment and it'll come to me.
I think he meant it's from the temple of Anu Anu.
Ah, yes. I remember. The temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali. A lovely building.
And this is a replica of the seal.
Of much sureness. Replica of most exactitude.
That might be helpful to know. Thanks.
And Mooncalf wanted us to give him that. I got the feeling he recognized what it was. Or he's completely lying.
That's another possibility. It is
Is
Errata.
there anything else you can remember about the temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali?
I'm afraid all I was interested in was the mechanism that operated the door. There was a complicated method of opening the temple doors involving applying pressure and twisting the temple's seal. I didn't really pay any attention to anything else.
Do you remember the method?
Oh, no, that was years ago. I'm sure you could look it up somewhere, though.
Anything else?
It is to be abandoning.
The temple is going to be abandoned?
No, is to be abandoning in the nowness.
It's abandoned.
That is of the most truthy flavor.
Do you mean it's been abandoned for centuries?
Of much error, no. Abandoning of the weeks.
They abandoned it a few weeks ago.
Your truth is whole.
Why would the
Your
followers
truth
of
is
Anu
whole.
Anu stay here in the Temple of Small Gods if there was a magnificent temple in Al-Khali they could go to?
Not to be knowing by me.
We have many questions for Mooncalf.
I decided to leave them to
way
their work.
Two
I doubted
Conquers
they even
talks.
noticed I was gone.
Reminds me of one of the characters from the Mistborn books. He has a very thick accent in the beginning, and he talks kind of like that.
Oh, Mooncalf, we have a question for you.
I have some. Ask them.
I have some
I
ask them.
understand there's
Okay.
a temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali.
Indeed, one of the finest temples on the disc.
Then why are you here? Why not worship in your own temple in Al-Kali?
Revengealism.
What's
What?
that?
It's where you go out into the community to attempt to convert people to your faith by threatening that something terrible will happen to them if they don't.
Mooncalf wasn't telling me something, but I didn't know what. Logical, I suppose, but unsatisfying.
Yeah, he is not telling us.
Does this pendant mean it?
It is interesting. I don't suppose you...
I doubt.
A shame. That would probably...
It's not just interesting, you want it. You definitely want it for yourself. That's why he's asking me to donate it. Let's see what craziness you have to say about Temple.
Have you heard of the temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali?
So, interested in comparative religion, are we, Lewton? Or perhaps you're an archaeologist?
Given their propensity to smash open sacred monuments, loot them of everything of value, and generally desecrate sacred places everywhere, archaeologists are about as popular with priests as atheists. Mind you, in a world where
Makes sense.
gods are bad-tempered and damn good shots with a lightning bolt, nobody likes an atheist either.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Except, it is said in the Discworld books that the gods like an atheist because they like something to aim at.
Who would
I would like to see a library,
very
thank you very much. We have a question to ask the library. The most truthy flavor, yes.
There was a book in the library called Frescoes and Fatal Traps of the Temple of Al-Kali. But when I turned to the page on the door mechanism, it had been torn out by someone. I was going to have to find another copy of the book. There were only 2 other libraries in Ankh-Morpork that I knew about, and one of those was in the Assassin's Guild.
Good thing we didn't hear the sound or the image of a new location on the map. I wouldn't like to go to the Assassin's Guild.
No.
That would be a really bad idea.
Yep.
I headed back the way I came. I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched.
Who would Sir like to see this time?
Can I see the Count? Still here, I see.
In a sense.
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali?
I cannot help you with that.
Oh.
Do you recognize?
I'd better not.
Why?
Oh, yeah, I showed this already.
No. Do you recognize?
No, stop it!
Did you?
No. I didn't say anything.
I hate it when I misclick.
Yeah, it happens. I found another passage from Small Gods that I just love. The delegation from the Omnian Church have gone to Ephebi because one of their missionaries have been beaten, or at least has been assaulted, and they go to find out why, and other reasons as well, but that's for when you read the book. And the very, very scary head of Quisition, Vorbis, is there, and he's the kind of person who can interrogate anyone by just asking questions, kind of like the patrician, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's asking, why they attacked him. And I was there too, said another advisor. Your priest got up to speak, and at first everything was fine because people were laughing. It's to say that Omnian, they only have the one god, and in Phoebe they have many, like Greece. Then he said Om was the only real god, and everyone went quiet. And then he pushed over a statue of Tuvelpit, the god of wine. That's when trouble started. Are you proposing to tell me that he was struck by lightning? Said Vorbis. Vorbis was no longer shouting. His voice was level, without passion. The thought rose in Brother's mind. This is how the Inquisition speaks. When the Inquisitors have finished, the Exquisitors speak. No! By an amphora. Tuvelpit was in the crowd, you see. So the dude pushes over a statue of this god, who happens to be in the crowd, and then throws an amphora for it. It's such a great mental image. That's a good reason I love small gods.
Bannigan prefers Rincewind's opinion of bad idea. It was like wearing a copper armor in a thunderstorm while yelling the gods were assholes.
Yes. I mean, Rincewind has some good similar, what's it called? Not similarities, but comparisons as well.
The bar looked almost as appealing as every other bar in town to me. But the drinks didn't exactly fill you with confidence. If I could have taken the bar with me, believe me, I would. Is this a good time for a friendly chat?
Given that there's never a good time for a friendly chat, I guess it's as good as any.
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali?
If you asked fewer questions.
Alright. How about the pencil?
Does this mean anything to you?
No.
Oh, straight answer.
Mankin might be the best character then, just because he actually answers.
Uh-huh. I mean, he's been the only one who gives us straight answers. I got a feeling Naughty is not gonna know anything about the temple or the pendant.
Most likely not.
Just thought we could have a little
Still gotta try.
Oh, make it
quick. I'm still sorry that I'm wasting your time of your busy schedule.
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali?
Give me a break, Lewton. I don't know everything.
Do you even know anything? Or is it just something?
Does this mean anything to you?
No.
Again, another person who just tells us no. How rude.
Which is weird. It's Nobby.
Well, in this game, Nobby has been really without a lot of knowledge, it seems.
Nobby is usually without a lot of knowledge, but normally Nobby has a lot of confidence in his lack of knowledge, so he will blatantly state things that are not right just because that's what he believes they are. Like, you know, from the first game, how you rework the word urchin into starfish?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what Nobby does. And then he's completely certain that starfish is the right word.
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali?
I don't know anything about that.
Alright. I think so. What am I missing? Who am I missing? Why am I missing?
I don't know, but isn't this a good place to stop since we need fresh brains to think of new solutions?
Yeah. I think I'm out of fresh brain.